process, right? They'd still have to overcome any skepticism from the neighbors. They're still going to have to, or they don't have to do any of that, and they can just go on Route 2, and they don't have to talk to anybody. They just fill out the form, sign the check, and away they go. But this puts back in the court of the entrepreneur or the business owner trying to launch this to dig through the vacant parcels across the city and try to identify the needle in a haystack that might actually be a good location in a general business zone that isn't surrounded by neighbors, that isn't within 500 feet of a school, that isn't within 500 feet of a daycare. I mean, there's all these requirements on these, from the state level. And then what we have in our own general zoning, and then the high bar of then going to the zoning department or zoning board and trying to get a special use permit in order to open it in a particular place. So I think everyone's aligned. This would only just add a little bit more stock for someone who is looking to open this type of facility to kind of scour around and find a place that might work. Without us, we shouldn't be the ones identifying these parcels. We want it there. Like, that's not how it works, right? We kind of set the playing field and let people invest where they want to. But like I said, one other thing I want to address. It has been working, but only because nothing's opened, right? Like, none of these have actually opened. There was supposed to be this lottery where there was going to be 20 plus released across the state. I would venture to guess that anyone who put in for that in Warwick is either in a light industrial or general industrial zone that we may or may not even know about, or is looking at Route 2. But obviously that process is now off the rails, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Your light went off at a suspicious moment. You good? All right. So my only thought that comes to mind is, if we're going to keep it in light industrial, general industrial, that the logic for keeping that in special use permit seems to equally apply to general, or at least in part apply to general business, along the lines that Councilman Gebhardt stated. That's just a thought. But right now, there's the current thing before us is the no and light industrial and general industrial. So if there is going to be a proposed amendment, we'd want to have that. Councilman Lattiser.
Mr. President, will you entertain a motion on this item?
So if it's a motion to amend, yes, because right after I said that, his light lit up. So I want him to have the opportunity to amend, if so. So are you trying to amend?
No, sir.
Would it be all right if Councilman Gebhardt had the opportunity to try to?
Sure.
Amend? Councilman Gebhardt.
So I'll put forward the original amendment based on the discussion. If folks here are on board, great. If not, then we'll go to the second vote, which would be to just shoot this down, and it goes back to how it's always been. Okay. So my amendment would be as described, Solicitor.
So Councilman Gebhardt is moving an amendment to maintain the current special use permits in light industrial and general industrial, and to also allow it within general business special use permits to be issued. So it would undo the S to no that's being proposed, and it would require me to write some language into footnote 29 about allowing special use permits in general business outside of the designated by right zone.
So is there a second regarding the proposed amendment? Seconded by Councilman Nepa. Is there any further discussion on this? All right. If not, can the clerk please call the roll on the proposed amendment?
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gebhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yeah.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. Muto?
No.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
6 yes, 3 no, motion passes.
All right. And so unless anyone has any new comments, then we can go back to Councilman Lattiser, because I assume you wanted to call the vote.
I was going to be going with a different motion. So my motion was unfavorable action on P-15-25.
All right. Is there a second for that motion? All right, so it's seconded by Councilman Muto. So the motion before us is for unfavorable action. Oh, you have a question, Councilman Ricks?
Yes, brief question. Just to make certain that I'm not missing anything, we would be voting on, well, the underlying item as amended by Councilman Gebhardt, and the substance of the amendment, the item as amended, is that the general by right use in that zone along Route 2 has not changed. However, special use permits for general business, light industrial, and general industrial, potentially allowed by special use permit as to those 3 different zones, correct?
So what now stands before you is an amended version of PCO 1825. Right now, the proposal maintains the existing standards and only expands to the extent that you can now also have special use permits for the non-Route 2 corridor area that is general business zoned. So we are effectively looking at a document that undid the changes on LI and GI. So the S's are back in place, and the footnote 29 would be amended to expand for the non-Route 2 corridor area to have the ability to cite something with a special use permit there as well.
Thank you. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that I was 100% clear on that. Thank you.
So is it questions, Councilman Napa?
So given the change is fairly substantial, I'd be interested to hear again from the planning board what their input would be, or at least from the director, what his input would be as far as allowing the special use throughout GB.
I mean, that's up to the planning board. Under the state enabling legislation and the Zoning Enabling Act 45, 24, 51, it's been the same since 1991. It's the planning commission or planning board that would opine on that.
And Councilman DeLuise, did you have a question?
Thank you. I just have one question. So any person, well, would this still require the applicant who wants to put one of these facilities in, are they still going to have to appear before a zoning board?
Well, as it's written now, no, not if it's within the Route 2 corridor. As it's proposed now, they would have to appear for a special use permit outside of the Route 2 corridor within other GB zones. But you can now go to the planning board under what's called a unified development review and have the planning board in effect act as the zoning board for matters of special use permit. So it could go either way. It could go to the zoning board or the planning board if the applicant seeks to have a UDR review.
Well, who determines whether it goes before the planning board or the zoning board?
With the applicant in their application, they can check. If they check UDR, then it would go to the planning board, with that board again acting as the zoning board.
Okay.
All right, so right now before us is a motion for unfavorable action. It was seconded. Councilman Napa.
Just for clarity, can this be referred back to planning board to get an opinion on this larger change, or should it be?
So my understanding is that
The planning board sent their recommendation, which was leave the status quo and don't make changes. That was their recommendation. This is, the matter before you now is proposing a expansion to the status quo in the non-Route 2 corridor of general business zones to allow special use permits to site these businesses in those GB non-Route 2 areas.
Understood. Thank you.
I was going to have her do the vote. Wait.
The more we talk, the more confusing this gets.
All right.
So my motion is to move unfavorable action on PCO 18-25, which goes to what the director said was the planning board's recommendation is to leave it as is.
Right, but the only caveat is bear in mind that 1825 as before us right now is as amended by Councilman Gebhardt's motion, which still is against the planning board's recommendation, so your statement still is accurate.
So if it's a yes vote on unfavorable action, that puts unfavorable on PCO 1825 as amended?
Yes, it means it goes down and
It's
it.
done.
Yeah.
Why you look like maybe it ain't? Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
If you have moved and Councilman Muto has seconded your unfavorable action on the amended item. If the yeses win, the matter concludes and nothing changes.
Okay, got it.
And that was basically the preface I was going to make, so thank you, actually. So a no means this is changed as desired by Councilman Gebhardt. Well, actually, a no means it's still live because then someone has to move for favorable action after, but you get the idea. So motion for unfavorable action stands before us. Clerk will call the roll. No.
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 Yes. Yes.
No. No.
Yes. Sorry, microphone issue.
They were always holding off for suspense. All right, do we have a motion for favorable action?
Move favorable.
Councilman Gebhardt has moved favorable action. Does anyone second? Seconded by Councilman Napa. Shouldn't be any further discussion because we've already pretty much hashed this out. So, and there are no lights. Clerk will please call the roll. Yes.
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 Yes. No.
No. Yes.
No.
7-3? 6-3. All right, so next is, yeah, so PCO 1825 as amended passes first passage. Next, we have PCO 9-26, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the city of Warwick. 4332 Post Road LLC applicant 4332 Post Road, Assessor's Plat 221, Lot 26. This would be first passage.
Council President, if there's no objection to correct the scrivener's error in the title, removing the number 1 to the 4332
Is there any objection to correcting the scrivener error as described?
on the agenda.
All right. Hearing none, so ordered. And then now Councilman Gebhardt. Well, actually, who's petitioner here? Yeah, committee report, Councilman Ricks.
Committee recommends move for public hearing.
So for action, Councilman Gebhardt.
Move favorable action. Move to open the hearing.
Seconded by Councilman Lattiser to open the public hearing. All right.
Point of
All in
order.
favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so opened. We have the petitioner.
Point of order for what it's worth. We have heard from the petitioner that they are not going to be here this evening. So
That is correct. The petitioner ran into some issues this evening, so recommendation would be to continue this matter to the next meeting, which would be May 11th.
All right, does anyone here wish to speak on this matter? PCO 9-26, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the city of Warwick, 4332 Post Road LLC is the applicant regarding Post Road Assessor's Plat 221 Lot 26. So Director Kravitz, could you potentially give a quick summary of what this is seeking to do?
Yeah, the applicant would like to construct 3 buildings totaling 7 units on the property. Right, it's one step in a process.
So bear in mind, this is a stenographer here. She needs you to be on the mic if you're going to speak. We can bring the mic to you. So just when you get there, please just state your name and then have at it.
Bernard, Bernard, Karen. 4343 Post Road. I don't know if you need that. I live across the street. But I did receive a letter, and so that's why I'm here, because I just feel that 7 condos is just too many for that spot. So I don't know what kind of testing was done with it. Was there traffic studies done? It just seems like with the space that they're putting them in, we're going to end up with a lot of traffic and some issues in that area. We have accidents there at least once a month already. So adding 7 units and very little parking and that congestion just might just be a little too many. That's all. That's my only. So I don't know how that's being issued, how's that's been being looked at.
Yeah, so normally if the petitioner was here, we would ask those exact questions, or rather you would turn and ask them and they would respond. So if you have any other questions, feel free to state them now. That way we can make sure they are addressed when the petitioner is here at the next meeting.
Okay, no, that's really my questions, because, you know, I got the letter and I'm here because I want to know really what's going on, what kind of studies were taken for that type of situation. Drainage over there is very poor. We get floods every time it rains. You know, adding 7 more units, and how's that all going to be addressed? When there's waterfront events, people are parking all on the streets already. So where are you going to put the extra people? There's a historic house on that land now. Is that going to be demolished? Has the Historic Society looked at that? I mean, there's just a lot of concerns over there. And I know there are a lot of condos and a lot of apartments on the other side of Post Road, but across the street, we're all single-family residents, so.
I'll see if it's going on.
That's all.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Good evening, Michelle Comar, Ward 1. I am not a noticed abutter within the 200-foot radius, but I can tell you, Councilman Gephardt, you're a lucky man to have Post Road in the shape it's in. And my comment is not to turn Post Road into a traffic-impacted, congested area like Centerville Road with zone changes. My husband and I will purposely take Post Road going down to East Greenwich or South County versus the highway, which is faster, just for the scenic view. It's low traffic. It's nice the way it is. The house that's going to be demolished was constructed in 1850. It's part of my scenic view going down Post Road. My husband and I got married just up the road from this site at Clouds Hill Museum. So it's a favorite spot. I mean, the developer has the right to develop his land, and if the building is not on the historic register or a contributing property in a historic district, they can do what they want. But It is on the Warwick Comprehensive Plan future land use map. It's designated for commercial use. And commercial use to us is office, maybe businesses. So it doesn't have a designation in the future for our existing plan for residential use. And I believe the proposal is for going from one structure, that 1850 house, which supports a commercial business and one housing unit. I could ask the applicant when they're here, and convert it to 7 residential units and some office use. I'm not sure, it's not clear in the application. There is a discrepancy in how big the parcel is. In the application on the survey plan, I think it's 0.85 acres. On the Warwick's tax assessor's database, it's 0.95 acres. I don't know if that's significant enough to evaluate if this density, this increased density use of land is compatible with the surrounding area. The map in the council's package that was emailed to people on the distribution list, within the 200-foot radius, it looks like it's single-family homes. The density is low. This would be a high-density, more intense use of one lot. So that's my comment for now. Maybe the developer will find this helpful when they do come before the council. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you very much for having the meeting tonight. My name is Sally Gruber, Gruber, and I do not live by this property, but I traveled to see the property so that I could experience it. And it's a very, very lovely property. It's beautifully landscaped, and there's a very lovely, solid-looking historic home on it. So the idea of changing this property, I mean, Rhode Island is such a great state because of its people, ocean, woodlands, and history. And I feel we should try to support those 4 aspects. And that property, I don't have as much knowledge as the residents that live very close, but it's a beautiful property, and we need more of these properties in our state, in our city. So I'm very, very skeptical about building all of these structures on that very small piece of property. Thank you very much for listening to my concerns.
Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak about this? Is there any other members of the public that wish to speak about this? Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak about this? All right, so given that the petitioner can't be here tonight, we can entertain a motion to continue this.
Second.
I heard somebody make it. All right, seconded by
That was me.
Councilman Ricks. Who made the initial?
was
Councilman
I.
Gebhardt made it?
Yeah.
All right. Clerk, please call the roll on the request to continue the matter to May 11th. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
All right, next is PCO 10-26, an ordinance amending Appendix A zoning ordinance of the City of Warwick regarding voting thresholds for the changes to historic district zones of City of Warwick. Petitioner, this is citywide. Public properties.
Committee recommends committee recommends public hearing.
Councilman Ricks, could you please make the motion?
Move to open public hearing.
seconded by Councilman Foley. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? All right, seeing none, public hearing stands open. So, Director Kravitz?
The amendment relates to the HDC and how they operate. You'll see in the ordinance that there's this provision that says they need to have, I think it's 4 affirming votes, whether they're approving or denying something. So Attorney Tights has suggested to staff, he actually made this recommendation to simply delete and strike that provision. It's not consistent with other state statutes that will rely on a simple majority to pass or deny items.
So is it fair to say this would change it from the 4 members who all have to agree to instead be simple majority?
Right.
All right. Any questions for Director Kravitz? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. So with this one amendment, that is the only amendment that I actually am seeing here is the strike through of that, 2 sentences. There wouldn't need to be any further changes to ensure that the ordinance is read such that it is a matter of a simple majority vote?
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that I was 100% clear on that and that there weren't any other amendments that would be necessary. On the merits, I'm fine with this. No objection.
All right. Does any members of the public wish to speak on this? Do any members of the public wish to speak on this? Do any members of the public wish to speak on this? All right, seeing none, we can entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Councilman
Close the
Lattiser,
public hearing.
seconded by Councilman Muto. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? All right, is there any further discussion on this matter? All right, seeing none, we can entertain a motion.
Move.
Move favor.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Lattiser, seconded by Councilman Ricks for favorable action. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, clerk will please call the roll on favorable action. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
All right, so. All right, so we're going to, as long as there's no objection, jump back to public comment because those who were able to stay have been waiting quite a while. Is there any objection to that? All right, so public comment, Rule 41, after general communications and prior to the consent calendar at the last regularly scheduled meeting of the City Council each month, there shall be a period of time not to exceed 30 minutes during which citizens may comment about Warwick City government issues subject to the following stipulations. The total period of time for public comment shall not exceed 30 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. Each citizen signed up and present shall have not to exceed 5 minutes to speak, provided, however, that if more than 6 citizens are signed up and present, 30 minutes will be split evenly among speakers. Time shall not be transferable among speakers. The topics for comment shall be issues directly affecting city government. City council members will not respond to questions during the public comment period. The public comment session will terminate at the expiration of the earlier of all speakers, concluding their allotted time or 30 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires unanimous vote. So, by the way, bless you, whoever that was. First up is Rob Cody.
Good evening. Rob had to go, so he can't make it.
All right. Thank you for letting us know. Next up is Richard Langseth. I think he left, but we're still going to try. All right. And last up is Darlene Necco.
Hello, Darlene Netco, Ward 7. I had wanted to talk about this during the Intergovernmental Committee hearing, but that hasn't occurred yet. So I'll mention it here. The PCR-2126, the proposal to change the constitution of the school committee. While there are some issues with the makeup of the school committee as it currently exists, the fact that 2 members are at large and those 2 members every 4 years have to run a citywide campaign akin to what a mayoral candidate has to do, I think is very difficult, and it prevents a number of people from wanting to do it. So while there might be some changes that need to be made to the makeup of the school committee, I think the current proposal needs a little more thought and work. I think the 9 members might be too many. I know instead of coming from each ward, they're coming from districts, so 3 from each district, which might make it easier to find people to run. But I think at this point, the proposal as it stands needs some more consideration to the fact that even getting 3 people from each district might be difficult to do. And I think 5 maybe might be too small considering the size of the city. 9 might be too large, and you might be looking for one of those Goldilocks situations, which is what is just right. On numerous occasions, I have also mentioned, since the city side takes obviously such an interest in the schools, and then every year around budget time has the same mantra, which is we just approve the budget, we have no say in it. During the past year, the schools endured the Budget Commission, which was established by the city. Maybe the schools need to become a city department like every other department in the city, and then the schools answer to the city, and then the city has to own it and can't just sit back and blame the school committee and the school department for everything. They would get a say in then how the money is spent, and then they can't sit back and say, oh, we just approve it, we can't say how it's spent. So the current proposal as written, I think needs some more thought, and ultimately, if a change is to be made, why not just subsume the schools and be in charge, if that's what you guys want? Thank you.
All right, and we'll give it one last shot. And I know it was mentioned that he's not here, but at least give him the opportunity. Rob Cody and Richard Langstead. All right. So that concludes public comment.
Can I speak? Mr. Sinapi, can I go? I didn't have time to sign up.
We're not allowed to permit you to speak under that context. I apologize. We're going to move back to intergovernmental because we've had someone waiting here to speak.
Mr. President.
Pardon? All right, I've been given free reign. So just go ahead. You're subject to the same rules as far as what we normally do for speaking under this portion. Just make sure you introduce yourself, please.
I'll withdraw my request.
Thank you. Chris O'Connell. So I'm just going to assume tonight was a happy coincidence that you chose to wait until now to do the public comment. So I'm just going to stick with that. Maybe because you wanted to get your public hearing out of the way. I'll stick with that. As for what Rob wants to say, you're going to have to wait next month to hear what he has to say. So, but you're going to have to listen to me tonight. Mr. Mayor, it's good to see you. Ms. Netco? Ms. Netco, I don't know, sorry. Chris O'Connell? Okay. Well, if any of you are paying attention to what I'm posting on Mr. Cushman's page,
then maybe you would know me. But it's all right. Let me tell you something. There's some snakes in this room. One right in front of me and one right next to me. How can you come up here in January and say that you're friends with this man while you're trying to ram one of these poles up him? I don't know how you can.
As a reminder, we're not allowed to have personal attacks, but please continue.
That wasn't a personal attack. I didn't attack his character. I said he was doing an action. Big difference. Because it was true. I don't understand it. I really don't. For there to be some sort of conceited effort to go after this man. That's why I do what I do. Someone I respect. And you stood up there and said, oh, we're friends, while you tried to remove him. That's where I'm coming from. It's the truth. I don't know why you guys wanted to go after him. I really don't. And you could have had your $50 million bond, but you wanted to put this guy in charge of it. No way in hell is that going to happen. Absolutely not. I would have voted for the bond if he was in charge, but then you tried to take him out. So there's no more trust. There's just no more trust. You can make amends. I think you can make amends. All you got to do is just realize where we're all coming from. And as for the schools, we have the highest per pupil rates in the country. They're well funded. If you make the hard decisions now, you won't have to worry about all this other nonsense. It's the truth. And as for all this other fire department stuff, I think it's funny. I really do. I understand they may be reserve. Some of those may have been reserve rescues. But if you're driving around with broken headlights, what else are we supposed to assume? And it's not easy for us to ask questions. We get any sort of Freedom of Information Act gets turned down most of the time. So what are we supposed to do? I really don't know. You got my number. Why don't you just call me? I can help. I don't like doing this. I really don't. But when you make moves against people I respect and that we trust, what am I supposed to do? Stand back? Seriously, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. He's in my ward, and he's someone I respect. And a lot of other people do too. So that's where I'm coming from. So I'd like to put all this nonsense behind us and move forward. The fighting has to stop, and we all have to work together. There's plenty of money in the city, plenty. You got a super strong tax base. All your problems can be solved if you just listen. It's that simple. So I'll just leave you with that. I really don't like to do the personal attacks and all this other nonsense. I can't imagine what it was like for you to drive by, if you did drive by when I was out there in that cow suit. I don't want to do that. But once again, that's where I'm coming from. So with that, I would like to see all you work together. And if you can do that, then you'll solve all your problems. Look at Cranston. It's a crap show.
35 seconds, sir.
So you can fix the schools if you listen to this man and you get the chairman to apologize, chairman of the school committee to apologize for that nonsense that happened. Nonsense. School's been operating in a deficit for a long time. So there's plenty of money. Figure it out, work together, and give me a call if you want. Because I got a lot of great ideas, especially with Rocky Point. I can do a lot of good things there, 100%. So, thank you.
All right, we're going to go to intergovernmental, unless there's any objection for the, as we pointed out, because there's someone here to speak on it. By the way, are either of the two claimants here who are here regarding appealing a claim? I think it's Mr. Contreras or Contreras. I'm going to butcher the name, and Ms. Croft, I believe. Mr. or Ms.? Yeah. Contreras and Croft. All right, just wanted to check. So intergovernmental, please.
Intergovernmental.
Let's hope check. Yeah, no, that works. Hello, sir. Hi. This was an easy one. I don't make us do anything. You still owe me dinner. I knew this. I knew this. I knew this. I'm done. My brother's in the hospital. Oh, no. I got a pull. I'm sorry. That's good. Cancer. I'm supposed to take him today from Wednesday. He's got
Oh, okay. Good evening. Time is now 7:58. Intergovernmental comes to order. First item of business, acceptance of minutes from March 9th. Do we have a motion?
Motion move favorable action.
Second.
Thank you. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Minutes from April 6th. Do I have a motion?
Motion move favorable action.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Unless there's any objection, I'd like to move item number 5, PCR 4526, a resolution requesting the General Assembly to support recycling reform legislation S312 and H7911 up first. Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
Hearing
Mr.
no.
Chairman, I just wanted to note for the record, I'll be recusing from participating in this conversation this evening.
Thank you for the heads up.
Thank you.
But then who shall guide us?
Okay,
I think
so
we have enough lawyers.
we have, yes.
No, right there.
Yeah, right there. That's perfect. So thank you. Okay, Senator, we can start with you. I know you want to speak on this item, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to everyone on the committee for entertaining this resolution. I was co-chair with Rep. McEntee of a joint House and Senate commission that looked at plastic waste reduction, and we actually expanded it to include glass and aluminum and other materials. And we came out with a number of recommendations. I would be happy to point any of you to the URL for that commission final report. I'm not suggesting you read the entire report. It's a little too thick, but I'd recommend that you take a look at our letter to the Speaker and the Senate President, which is brief, and we also have findings and recommendations. So we're talking about maybe 6 or 7 pages worth. But what it does is it sums up what we found in the course of 18 months of looking at this. And I will tell you that as a result of this study, we put forth the bill that is presently before the General Assembly and the one that your resolution proposes to support. And it is not your grandfather's bottle bill. There have been bottle bills put in over the years, left and right. We took a very good look at what best practices are around the country. And so we have actually proposed something which would, if we passed it, make us the first in the nation to actually institute both a quote unquote bottle bill or deposit return system, DRS, or whatever you want to call it, both the bottle bill and an EPR, extended producer responsibility aspect, all put together in one bill. And it would take a little bit of time. It would probably be at least a couple of years, maybe 3 years before we could get a bottle bill up and running. It would probably take a little longer than that, 3, perhaps 4 years before we could get extended producer responsibility going. It begs the question, though, first of all, why? And there's a few reasons. Certainly, I would say the number one reason is we pull our bin out to the curb each week, and most people think everything's being recycled. When they find out that it's as little as 26% that's actually being recycled. I have found people that I've spoken to are a little ticked off. And the 26 may be generous. It might be as low as 14. We certainly heard that in the course of the evidence that came into the commission. So to begin with, we're not doing a very good job of recycling. The second thing is, you may recall, there was a study that URI did, and that came out in the past year or so. Commission ended up almost exactly a year ago this time. The study had just come out at the time. What the study showed was that in the top 3 inches of base soil, they estimate that there are over 1,000 tons of microplastics. Well, in order to get to the soil, they need to go through the water. And we all know, because we've seen them on our roadways and in our waterways, and when there are beach cleanups, I think when they cleaned up the Saugatucket down in South County, they found 80,000 nips. And nips, unfortunately, with our present resource recovery and MRF, materials recycling facility, nips can't go through them. So they're supposed to go into the landfill, which isn't necessarily a good thing. We're filling the landfill. But more importantly, and too frequently, they end up being tossed out the window. And when they're tossed out the window again, they end up on our roadways and in our waterways. And eventually, when they break down, they're in our bay. And my gosh, what is a greater resource that we have in Rhode Island than the Narragansett Bay? And when you think about it, they're in our shellfish, they're in our finfish. And when I take a swim in that bay, I'm probably ingesting some. So that's another reason why. I think you're going to hear from the mayor, and I know we've been hearing from multiple cities and towns, that the biggest reason why cities and towns are concerned about this is the cost. And the rejected loads that end up causing cities and towns to spend incredible amounts, again, filling up the landfill instead of being recycled as they ought to be. That's clearly a reason why. So having recycling reform would mean that we would actually save big money for the cities and towns. And when I was at the recent League of Cities and Towns conference, I was stunned actually by how many cities and towns were coming out in support of our bills. So, and let me just throw out a couple of others, but the primary one being tourism. You know, we invite people to come into our state, and the fact is, at times, it looks like somebody just dumped trash by the side of the road. And I have a problem with the DOT efforts to clean it up. That's another matter. But it would be nice if it never happened in the first place, and we wouldn't have to worry about cleaning it up. The reality is, when we looked at this, the study that we did taught us a couple of things most prominently. Almost everyone who came in from places like Oregon and Maine, and we had witnesses from both those places, the two best, the two premier recycling states in the country, said it boiled down to two things. If you're going to have a successful recycling program, you need to have incentive and you need to have convenience. If you don't have those two and in the appropriate measure, you're not going to have a successful program. And so just to give you an idea on incentive, it has to be worth the effort to keep somebody from tossing that nip out the window. And so what we found is that the states that have 5-cent deposit, they really don't care. And people aren't too worried about getting their money back. Make it a dime, oddly enough, and suddenly people are worried. So when I buy my case of beer and it's $2.40, that hurts a little bit. And what that means is that people have an incentive to save. Folks have an incentive to walk as they used to do back in the day along the streets and pick up anything that they see, turn it in. So you need that. You also need the convenience. And what we have now is we're starting long after the first states. Oregon started in 1971. And so we do have the benefit of learning from places like Oregon and Maine. And they've gone through twists and turns along the way, and they've tweaked their systems to the point where they have exemplary recycling systems. And so with that in mind, we're in a position where, having learned from them, we can institute a system that incorporates all those tweaks and puts us in a position where we can have a best practices system to begin with. So for all those reasons, I am fully in support of your resolution. I guess probably the biggest thing, and some of the people don't fully realize, is most of the time when we're talking about a program in the state, we're talking about state money. And obviously we all pay taxes. The interesting part about this is that the DRS system, the bottle bill part of this, deposit return system, would be paid for by the beverage industry. The second aspect of this, EPR, which is really packaging recycling, mostly plastics and cardboard, that type of thing. Think of what you get from Amazon. That would be paid for by the packaging industry. So one of the things that has made the speaker happy, because usually when you're talking about any program, he's going to say, well, we don't mint money down in the basement of the State House. We need to balance our budget every year. This is one of those things that's actually made him brighten up a little bit, because the fact is the industry in each case is paying for this. And I will say, we had people come in to the commission from the Can Institute, from the glass industry, from the plastics industry. And they told us all the same thing, that they need this stuff back. Because to create, just as an example, a quote unquote virgin plastic container costs far more than to create that using recycled material. And so for all of those reasons, along with the fact that if we're going to have the industry funding these things, they have an incentive to do the best they can. That means they're going to make improvements to the MRF, which will allow it to have NIPS actually be recycled, and many other things that presently aren't done by the recycling system that we have. And so I simply want to note that if you have an interest in further information, there is an organization out there called CHPR, CHPR. It's the Coalition for High Performance Recycling. And if you Google them, you will be able to get more information than you want. But this is a very good resolution. I appreciate it. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you for all the information, and thank you for taking the time. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for the senator? Councilman Knapp.
Senator, thank you for taking the time. Just a question that might be rolling through some other folks' mind as well. The bottle deposit program. The folks that are purchasing at the stores pay the deposit up front. They keep their cans, they turn them in at location A, B, or C, and get that deposit back. The unreturned money, the bottles that don't go returned and don't get the money back, where do those funds then
The unclaimed deposits.
Unclaimed deposits, yes.
Stay with the system. Doesn't just go to the state's general treasury. Absolutely, and that was one of the things that we looked at. Again, best practices. Gets plowed back into the system. The other thing that's interesting, and perhaps I didn't touch on it, is because we've learned from the best practices, we have things like there's an entity out of Maine called Clynk, C-L-Y-N-K. And Clynk is now not just operating in Maine, but they licensed their technology to Oregon and to parts of New York State and to other places, I believe Iowa as well. And what Clynk has done is what's known as a green bag program. Right now, we've kind of got our trash and recyclables. There'd be a third green bag, and you could get those when you, from Clynk, when you go to the store or whatever. And they're actually all recyclable as well. But the interesting part of it is you get tags that have a QR on them. You slap on the QR, you throw your bottles and cans in over the course of a week, and you drop that at these places that are pristine. I mean, they'll be up in Maine. If you're familiar with Hannaford grocery stores, they're at every Hannaford. They've got a contract with Hannaford to do this. But they can be at any number of places. And we would have them in enough strategic locations around the state that they'd be, again, convenient. You drop those things in, and you don't have to do like you did in the old days, stand at a reverse vending machine and put in one bottle or can at a time. It takes ages, clogs up the lanes in the supermarket or whatever it might be. If you're a small retailer, we heard from all the small liquor stores, we don't want to deal with bottles and cans. We don't want to take them back. So we created a bill where we accommodated them, and we made it such they don't have to take them back. They can if they want, but it's an option. Of course, after they told us that, they still came out against it and said it would be a massive inconvenience. Oddly enough, somehow the people in Maine and Oregon are doing just fine, and it's not a massive inconvenience. It's hardly more than pulling those bins out to the curb every week. So essentially, you can take that, drop it at one of these big boxes that'll be in the parking lot of the grocery store, and they run everything through. You don't have to worry about it. And within no time at all, it shows up on the app on your phone or on your card. For us Neanderthals, maybe we've got a card. But if you've got the app, it's there. The other thing that happens in the states that have clink is they'll throw in like a 20%. If you use the funds from this, you get 20% off when you use those funds at the grocery store, at wherever you are. So a whole number of things that make it different from the bottle bills we sort of remember from the past.
Yeah.
I hope that answers the question, Councilman.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other members of the committee? Councilman Muto.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much, Senator McKinney. I do want to point out the 100 or 1,000 metric ton was the original study by URI. They just released a new study by taking 10 cores of samples from Narragansett Bay, and they now estimate anywhere between 2,300 and 3,000 metric tons. And to give a sizing, that's equivalent to 300 garbage trucks dumped their contents, grinded, that's like compacted in our bay. That's what they're estimating. Also, the conclusion is this is an exponential problem. So it's not just building a little bit each year, it is exponentially growing, and the timing of this is excellent. And the third part, which is a little bit more disturbing, is yes, it's in our waterway. It is now being found in our fish and our seafood that we eat. And most recent studies by MIT is now it is in the human body, changing the mitochondria of your cell structure. So we are literally harming ourselves by throwing garbage and having plastics in our food system. So
I've not seen that study yet, but thank you. And yes, there are any number of studies that show that having microplastics in the human body is not a particularly good thing.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman DeLuise.
Thank you for coming here, Senator. I want to know if we could talk further, not maybe in the next week or so. I want to propose legislation. Okay, there's one thing that upsets me. Okay, it's a ridiculous thing. I want to go after the Amazons. I want to go after these companies that, okay, I have packages show up in my house every day. Now, I don't order these packages, but someone else does. So what my gripe is this, okay, the planet it's only has so many resources. I want to control, or I want to come up with legislation that fines like an Amazon, okay? So just one example, and you can see where I'm coming from. So a pair of earrings appeared on my doorstep one day, okay? It was in a shoebox size container. Okay, so I said, Robin, what did you get now? He said, oh, I ordered a pair of earrings. I said, what are you talking about? She opened the box, and it was like one of these puzzles, like inside the box, there's another box, and then,
Councilman, try to keep it to the current,
Okay, I'm sorry, but can we speak about this afterwards?
Absolutely.
Because they're killing the planet by using oversized boxes, and it could have been put in like one of those bubble envelopes and shipped. That's it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I share your frustration when I see that. I will note this. We did approach the problem from the standpoint of rather than going against the Amazons of the world, how do we make sure that they've got an incentive to get all that back? And maybe then they'll think about putting it into smaller bits. As we go along, if we can persuade them to use smaller packaging, I'm all for it. But I think of it because when we did, years ago, I was involved with workers' compensation reform. And people said, you're never going to get workers' compensation reform through. And they had tried twice before in recent years before I got involved with it with some other good people. When they tried before, one of the things they did was they went after the lawyers. Everybody loves that, you know, if you can go after the lawyers. I eventually sort of explained that at some point, if there's a nuclear holocaust, there are going to be a few life forms that still survive. You know, scorpions and snakes and probably lawyers. And so the reality being, learn to work with them. And what we did with that comp reform was we changed the parameters that the lawyers could operate within. And when we did that, workers' comp hasn't been a problem for 30 plus years. So I think in the same way, if we can work with the packaging industry, make sure that they want to get all of this stuff back, and they create the kind of methods that enable them to do that, it might be easier than going head to head with Amazon. But
thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Senator. I'll go to Councilman Ricks. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I think this may be the first time in the 10 years I've been on the City Council that a member of the General Assembly has come down to ask the City Council for support in favor of a resolution before the General Assembly. Thank you for coming. Thank you for explaining the legislation. With any legislation, any resolution that we're sending up to the General Assembly on in favor of or in opposition to anything that's pending before the General Assembly, I try to be consistent with the test of should this be the type of item that the Warwick City Council is weighing in on? And I would say that yes, Warwick is downstream. Warwick has the most shoreline of any city or town in the state of Rhode Island, with the technical exception of Portsmouth, but they don't count. Prudence Island, sorry, Portsmouth. Warwick has more shoreline. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So, yeah, I would say that yes, we are here in Warwick disproportionately affected by this because of our rivers and streams, because of our beautiful shoreline on Narragansett Bay. I read through the legislation. It's very intense to get through it all, but yeah, I think it's very well crafted. I think that you make an excellent presentation in favor of it. So both as a matter of that procedural standard that I have to try to separate this from everything else, where I don't think that the Warwick City Council should try to be a mock General Assembly. But on something like this, because it disproportionately affects Warwick, and also simply on its own merits from reviewing this, and also from hearing from my colleagues on the committee, I'm confident in this, and I would certainly urge my colleagues to send this back to the General Assembly with Senator McKinney from Warwick here advocating for this important change, try to clean up the environment here in our great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
To clarify, he's from Southern Warwick.
Seeing no more lights, well, one light about to go off. Recognize Mayor Frank Picozzi. Your light is recognized.
Now, I've spoken with Senator McKinney on this subject many times, and other state leaders too. I'm in full support of it. He mentioned that my role as municipal leader, I'm more concerned with the financial impact, but we are concerned with the environment also. And I have to tell you, it's been the top conversation of League of Cities and Towns, and you'd be surprised. I haven't had one colleague yet that isn't on board with this. It's something that's needed. The landfill's in its end years, and we have to do what we can to stop burying things there because, again, the financial, it's going to get very, very expensive for us to get rid of trash. So this, I fully support and I urge you to pass this.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Is that good
Senator.
enough, Mark?
Well done. Do we have a motion?
Thank you.
Apologies. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this resolution to the General Assembly? Seeing none. Do we have a motion?
Motion for favorable action.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That'll move to the floor with a favorable recommendation. If there are no objections, I'll just move back to number one. So item number one for us is PCR 1926, a resolution of the General Assembly requesting amendment of the Warwick City Charter to require annual presentations at public hearings before the City Council regarding city financial status and audit results. This is primarily sponsored by Councilman Ricks. Councilman Ricks, is this ready to be heard? And what's your pleasure?
Thank you. Yes, if we could, I would recommend favorable action if your committee would entertain this evening.
Thank you, Councilman. I will open the floor. Any members of the committee have any comments, questions, etc. on PCR 1926? Councilman Napa.
Just as an observation, and perhaps to get some insight from the sponsors here, I believe that this is something that we now require in our council rules. Is the intent of this particular resolution to make this something different, or is it to echo and just further codify what we currently require in our council rules? So if one of Councilman Ricks or Councilman Lattice or Councilman Muto could just shed some light on that for my own edification, to educate me a little bit on how we got where we're at.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you, Chairman. So yes, this is largely to codify what already exists in the Warwick City Council's rules. It has one addition of clarifying that financial presentation is to include a 5-year forecast of the city's reasonably anticipated revenues and expenditures. So the primary purpose of having this in the charter as well as in the council rules is because the council rules, they can be easily changed from one year to the next. They may be suspended by unanimous consent, or they may be amended within the course of a year. And I think that something like this, especially since it has been a regular feature of the city council for as long as any of us presently on the city council have been here, to have this type of financial presentation prior to the budget hearings, sometimes with, sometimes without the 5-year forecast. I think that that's an important inclusion in this type of presentation. But yeah, I think that having it a more permanent fixture, it's something that's tried and tested. It's also something where having it in the charter also gives those assurances to the members of the public that, okay, this is fixed. This isn't going to be something that is that's necessarily optional. So additional public transparency on that point as well.
Thank you, Councilman. Did that answer your question, Councilman Napa? Yeah. Other members of the committee? No. Councilman Lattice, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Initially agreed to co-sponsor this because under our new council rules, as you all know, it takes 2 co-sponsors to get these to the floor. And I concur with the comments of Councilman Ricks. I don't see any negatives to this. I think the additional oversight by the city council on these appointments, I think it is good governance. And I think it also makes, on some of these appointments, good financial accountability. And for those reasons, I will be supporting this, and I would respectfully request that the commission give favorable action on this also. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, I'm interested in hearing any opposition. Is there any opposition, or is there thoughts from the city on this?
Not really any opposition to the concept, because I think those reports are very important, but the charter change is a very drastic step. I don't see why it could be done in ordinance. So the future councils, you're not tying their hands. They may want to alter it or tailor it a different way. Once it's in the charter, it's in there, and it's hard to change. So I have no objection to the concept. I think those reports are important, but I think it could be done by ordinance too, which is less drastic than changing the charter. And if a future council, Councilman Lara says it all the time, we're not going to be here forever. They may want the flexibility to change it, add to it, tailor it in a different way, and whatever. But once it's in the charter, it's a long road to change it, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
So I support it and don't support it.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. And maybe a question to the solicitor. In terms of effectuating something similar in ordinance, is that as straightforward as finding the right place to put it and docketing an ordinance, and we could enshrine this? And
Yes, this is a resolution, so we wouldn't be able to convert it into that way, but if it were docketed this evening, we could follow up with an appropriate slot to codify this practice in ordinances.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. And I certainly respect having an ordinance to the same effect as an alternative approach here. The reason that I think that having this in the charter would be superior is because this as a baseline, I really think that, especially if we here tonight, after so many years of basically having this exact practice, are not finding a reason not to continue with this practice, I think it is a good idea to have it baked into the charter. So, well, I suppose the corollary of make it very difficult for it to be changed. That's not to say that additional requirements or different changes from time to time, I'll put it the opposite way. It could be that some tweaks of, say, additional requirements or additional elements could be beneficial one year to the next, but that's something that really could be done on a year-by-year basis, basically adding some additional elements or flavors to it. Maybe in a given year, let's say a major bond goes out, maybe we want to try to, in addition to having a 5-year forecast, have an additional further out forecast. Perhaps in the event that Warwick is undergoing a financial crisis, maybe we would want a more detailed report that really sinks in with, okay, we want the actuaries to come back with very specific guidance, or I'm spitballing here, you can see, but you can see how there are different elements that could be added onto this. However, for this particular item, I think that having the base into the charter would be beneficial, and it certainly gives us the flexibility to add elements one year to the next, completely at the city council's option.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, so I think before us stands sort of some options. One is sort of the more permanent and sort of binding addition of this as a annual routine for the city council to get into, or the city to get into, because obviously this is a collaborative process. And then there's sort of the more fungible option of the ordinance, which of course is not entirely fungible. It takes a process to alter an ordinance after some time, including multiple hearings. But it may, from a public optics perspective, putting it on the ballot certainly carries some weight. And I don't see anything here that is sort of out of bounds or that would go, would no longer be in vogue, to have a 5-year forecast or to have a public meeting about the city's finances. It could in some ways be redundant to the budget, but I think focused on both the findings of the actuary and the auditor is not entirely out of bounds. But I would love to hear from the public. Ms. Komar?
Thank you. Good evening. Michelle Comar, Ward 1. I'm in favor of the auditor coming annually for a public hearing and presenting a 5-year plan with a Q&A session with the council people, the mayor, and the public. So I'll leave it up to the council whether they want to go into charter or an ordinance. My purpose tonight is just to bring up another amendment for your consideration. The other helpful financial consultant that comes for the council is the OPEB actuarial, Mr. Newton. And should you add him to the ordinance or the charter? Not him per se, but that the OPEB actuarial do a presentation and, I don't know, a 5-year forecast. I don't know if that type of financial consultant should come before or after the financial auditor. So I'll leave that up to the council to figure that out. But that's my suggestion for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Komar. I believe, if I'm reading this correctly, that both are envisioned in PCR 1926, and that the first paragraph reads that there'll be a public hearing on the city budget. Prior to shall convene a public hearing with an actuarial firm to present on the financial status. So that would be what we just had. Yes, actuarial.
I'd like to. Well, we have two consultants. The auditor, financial auditor that does the financial status, healthiness of the city's finances. Then we have the OPEB actuarial. I didn't see those words in there.
Yeah, I think actuarial firm refers to the firm that does the actuarial work for pensions as well.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I think both of those are covered in here. Any other members of the public have anything to add on this? Seeing none. Okay, so we have some decisions to make here, whether we want to go forward with this as is with a recommendation to the group, whether we think we want to just pass it to the group with no recommendation and consider the ordinance route. I'm open for a motion from any who'd like to offer one. Councilman Mito.
I'd like to make a motion to move to the floor with no recommendation and for discussion, please.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, 6-3. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving along. PCR 20-26, a resolution of the General Assembly requesting amendment of the Warwick City Charter to provide for council advice and consent for Charter Article 8, mayoral appointments. What happened? Yeah. Did we? No. Oh. Give me, sorry, going back to PCR 19-26, may we vote?
You may.
The motion is to send to the floor without recommendation. Moved by Councilman Muto, seconded by Councilman Napa. Can we vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. 4-0. Aye. Okay. Now moving on. PCR 20-26, resolution General Assembly requesting amendment of the Warwick City Charter to provide for council advice and consent for Chapter Article 8 mayoral appointments. Sponsor, Councilman Ricks. Councilman Ricks, would you like to take us through this?
Thank you. So I'll just start off by saying that unlike the previous item, I'm not necessarily anticipating that we finalize and have a final vote on this item this evening. However, I would like, if we could be able to kick off a conversation so that between now and the next meeting, we're able to really have, be in a position to move forward. This one is a little bit more complicated. So, broad overview. There are really two ideas here, two interests. So there is the interest for public transparency and the vetting of appointees, both by members of the public and by members of the council. And the second interest here is a matter of checks and balances between the branches of government here in Warwick. So, as to that first item, now, I don't think that would be productive to get into any particular individuals. After, well, this is my 10th year on the council. I have served under 3 different mayors. I am not here, I'm not trying to pick on any particular mayor, certainly not. So I don't want it to come across that way. Suffice to say that I think that over the years, all of us, even before we have been on the city council, we've all lived in Warwick, we've all paid attention. And from that perspective of city council vetting of candidates and the perspective of government, that is legislative oversight here, as it stands right now, the Warwick City Council has very little oversight over departments. Our budgetary powers, contrary to public impression of what a legislative body generally has, our budgetary powers are in fact very limited, and the powers that we do have, there are very large exceptions. So when it comes to who is making various decisions day in and day out, largely that would be, of course, department heads working with the larger administration. So it is critically important for highly qualified people to be there in positions as department head. Now, I would say 90%, 95%, perhaps 95% plus of the time, we do have excellent people doing a great job in these various positions that are appointed by the mayor. And I would certainly anticipate that that vast majority of the time, advice and consent powers as to these different positions that would be proposed here to be subject to city council advice and consent, that similar to those positions where the city council already has advice and consent, it will function similarly. That would certainly be my anticipation here. So those positions we currently have advice and consent as to would be, for example, city clerk, municipal court judge, probate court judge, positions such as that. Which, a small aside here, just for some perspective, there are basically 3 ways that Rhode Island cities and towns handle appointments. So one way is the way that the City of Warwick's charter is currently constructed, where the vast majority of appointments to non-union positions are at the mayor's pleasure. Mayor has sole discretion as to hiring and firing. And in Warwick's case, also effectively within the city's total tax authority, control over the salaries. Obviously, come budget time, the city council reviews the salary line items, but I had a rude awakening in my very first year in 2017, and that's a story I think you all know. When there were double-digit raises across a dozen different department heads, more or less. Councilman Louser, I'm sure, remembers that well. Anyways, to get more direct here, the three different ways, broadly speaking, that Rhode Island cities and towns handle appointments. On one extreme, you have one city and many towns where the city council or the town council, the legislature, appoints a city manager. That's one extreme. The other extreme, I would say, would be a situation similar to Warwick, where a mayor is elected and the mayor has sole authority as to appointing, hiring, and firing virtually all persons in non-union positions, with a few exceptions. And that's actually the case. Warwick, it appears from some brief research, is similar to, I believe, Pawtucket, Woonsocket, and East Providence in that regard. And then in the middle, you have that more of a compromise as demonstrated by, say, Providence, Cranston, and Central Falls, where the vast majority of appointees are named, are hired, nominated by the mayor, but are subject to the legislative approval. I'll also note that the last city in Warwick, the last city in Rhode Island, Newport, belongs to that earlier category, along with many, many towns, of having a city manager appointed by the legislature. So I think that getting back to those two interests, I think that there is a benefit to having the names appear on the docket, because I think that we can all think of situations where simply having that level of public vetting and of legislative vetting, simple, not intended to be any undue hassle, but some simple vetting can make sure that someone who has slipped through a little bit of the vetting process of the administration, something can be caught before an appointment goes through. And then also, it is for the city council a matter of accountability as well, that department heads do come before us once every 4 years to be appointed. That is, for their nominations, for their appointments to be either approved or rejected. And this is also not just a power held by the legislatures of many Rhode Island cities and towns, but would also be similar to what we see at the state level and the federal level, as well as state level across many, many states. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I didn't want to interrupt you, but you've got about a minute left of time, so I wanted to give you the opportunity just to reserve some in case someone says something and you want to respond. Okay. Advice and consent. Do any members of the committee have any thoughts, comments, questions, concerns? I could go to them first if you prefer.
Through the chair to the administration, I'd like to hear the administration's point of view on this item.
Mr. Mayor?
Just a little clarification. Were you talking about holding this, but you still wanted to have the conversation tonight?
Yeah, I think that ultimately it would be better for this to be held rather than actually come to a vote. But I did want to get the conversation started, especially since, unfortunately, for better or worse, there are a lot of restrictions due to the Open Meetings Act. So I wanted to make sure to address all of my colleagues in a permissible way.
As long as it's allowed.
Of course.
Okay. I have to state I'm adamantly opposed to this charter amendment. The current system works. It's not 95%. I've been able to attract the best and brightest directors out there. That's going to stop if they have to be a public hearing before they even know whether they have the job. The people I've hired had jobs in other towns and cities. They didn't tell their employer they were seeking other employment. They would find out, and they may not get the job here. We have a grueling interview process with our directors. Probably Tom Kravitz, he's still here, could talk to you about it. We put experts on the panel. There are follow-up interviews, and then yes, it ultimately comes down to my decision with my staff. But they've worked out. Now, if we had to go from that to coming here, and no offense, councilmen don't know enough about the job to add anything to that. I mean, really, you don't know the operations of the DPW, whatever. We put the people that work at these jobs. And, you know, since I've been here, there haven't been large salary increases. We set the price, we set the salaries of what we've normally done. So I am adamantly opposed to this. I would fight this one at the State House and campaign against it. It works the way it is. I can't speak to what was going on in 2017. But since I've been here, I mean, there were no political cronies. I had to go out and find people, and I found the best there was. I mean, you'd be talking about even my staff. If you have a new mayor coming in, they couldn't even have a chief of staff until they came here. So I don't know how it could work like that. Some of the appointments of boards, I don't know why the planning board is not included with the other boards that need advice and consent, because boards, they're like another branch of government. And yes, I think the council should have advice and consent on all of them. I don't know why some of them were left out, and I don't know how to fix that without changing the charter. But I don't see what separates the zoning board or the planning board, where the council wouldn't have a say on who you appoint, because that's a whole different animal than employees of the city. But the directors are really important. I mean, I was elected to run the city. I am the CEO, and I need to know who I'm working for. And Ken Hopkins is a good friend, and he has had a hard time attracting directors to different positions because of the vetting process they go through. It gets political, it just does. I'm not talking about us, but we're not always going to be here. So like I said, this one I'm adamantly opposed to.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Muto.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, the mayor brings up an excellent point when it comes to the hiring of operational managers. It does expose the city to losing good talent. However, I do agree with you. I think on the boards and commissions, we might be able to make some adjustments that would be, advice and consent.
Councilman, if I may, I don't know if it's proper to ask, because some of those aren't in the charter. I don't know if there could be a subsequent ordinance. We'd have to do some legal research.
The solicitor, that'd be related to like planning board, zoning board. It's a board of
the
public
instances
safety.
here to effectuate any change of advice and consent of things that are laid out in the charter would need to be spelled out in the charter itself. An ordinance couldn't gap fill.
Could we, if we removed those items for the charter, that would free us up to spell it out in an ordinance, correct?
Theoretically could get another way at it if you were removing them from the charter and only enshrining them in ordinance.
Or even just putting in the charter, hey, this can be done, but further elaboration will be via ordinance.
I would say that you could do a charter amendment that did a generic authorization to provide boards and the advice and consent of any board and commission created either in the charter or via ordinance thereunder.
The only reason I mentioned doing it via ordinance is that way if there was something down the line, where just like the discussion we just got done having on the charter change, where we want flexibility in the long run rather than getting stuck in something and then having the same exact conversation when we realize we're trapped again.
Similar to the charter changes that we gave discretion, you could, that were voted at the last special election, you could write a discretion to the council to set those standards in ordinance without having to itemize each one. It just would need to be a generic catch-all.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes. So I've always tried to put myself in the position that I'm willing to listen to someone who wants to give me a different spin on things. And admittedly, in the beginning of this resolution, I was pretty much made up my mind that this would be the proper thing to support. However, the different spin has been presented by Mayor Picozzi, and now I take a step back and I put myself in the shoes of an employer for probably about 50 years, and I hear what the mayor's saying about the problem of attracting good, new, competent people, but yet expose them at a public forum so that their current supervisors can can them. So, Mr. Mayor, you presented a new spin for me to rethink this. However, I strongly support making changes in the appointments of the boards and commissions.
I agree with you.
I think, I know you do, Mayor. I think that, that has been something that's been lopsided for years. And I've sat here now through 3 different administrations. And let's just say that there is the appearance that could stack the deck, because the lion's share of the appointments. So I would strongly support that change, but I would have to concur with the mayor that when it comes to his staff, his department heads, directors, I think the CEO to have the confidence, the trust, and the respect of who he hires or she hires. Because ultimately, he or she is going to own those decisions. Ultimately, you will have to stand tall before this council at some point. For us to force an appointment, if it were to clear all fired and you attract these people, to force the mayor to take, let's go to the chief of staff, he's here, to take a chief of staff that the mayor can't connect with, can't gel with, and can't work with, or there would be, even if it were assumed animosity, I don't think that's good business. And no, Mr. Mayor, I won't repeat it. No. I don't think that's good business. However, I would ask you this. During the interviewing process, the assessment process, while it's being done in a confidential manner, so to speak, it's not in a public forum, would you have an objection if there were, say, 2 members of the city council that were able to participate in that review?
I'd have to think on that, but I
asked the tough questions,
no,
you know that.
offhand, I mean, like I said, I have to, you say it and then I say no.
Can
And
I-
I want to think about it a little longer.
Sure.
Because the people I put on these committees, there's always someone from personnel, but there's people that know the jobs. Sometimes it's someone that doesn't even work for the city, a former planning director. Like I said, it's a very, very thorough, because directors are the most important thing.
Mayor, can I just pause you there, just because we were a little bit off track of the advice and consent, but I think it's an interesting idea and something that definitely, I think we found a lot of common ground
As
here.
the sponsor suggested, he's going to be looking to hold.
Yeah.
But it's just,
We're gonna go to the public because I see a couple members looking to add something here.
Michelle Comar, Ward 1. I am opposed to this resolution, and I think the voters, and I'm talking from this side of the podium, voters vote for a mayor, a person, and a platform, promises, goals, vision for the city. That's who they vote for. And the mayor needs to have people on his staff, on boards and commissions that he appoints that share that same vision. I'm not saying they have to agree with the mayor 100% of the time, but they have to be on the same page in the vision for the city. And so I'm opposed to this for this reason. And I don't know, I've seen other strange things where these things can get political. And if you have just the mayor take care of this, it doesn't become, party oriented or somebody from somewhere else. And really, in my 25 years of coming to council meetings and different mayors, I really haven't seen any bad apples. So I think the system works the way it is. And I think that's what the voters expect, and that's who they vote for, and they vote for the mayor's platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kumar.
Chairman, can I just make a couple of other comments?
You may.
I would not change the way the clerk is right now. I think that's important for advice and consent, because the clerk, first of all, she's different than department director. She runs the legal part of the city, and the city council works very closely with her. So they should have a say in that. And same thing with the judges. They should be confirmed. And as I said, the boards, it should be all of them, should be advice and consent. And it should be written that any new boards that may be formed or whatever, or, times change. You may need a technology board or something like that. It should be written that way. It would be all boards created, existing and created.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go back to the public.
Look like a stain.
You can step forward. Or not. Okay, we've heard from the public. We've heard from the committee. I believe I have a light. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. I agree. I know that it'd be hard to believe this, but with the mayor, having been in the public sector, having been on interview committees for school positions, directors, whatever, there are a number of people will not even apply if they're going to be in the public. So right away, you lose a large percentage of qualified candidates. That's A. And I do agree with my constituent, Michelle, who was just spoken, saying the people elect the mayor to run the city. They elect us to legislate, not to run the city, but to legislate. We have roles for advice and consent as laid out by our city charter. I agree that why there are some boards that aren't included doesn't make sense. We can address that in another format, but I will not support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, I see Councilman Ricks, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it to the 1 minute. So I think that Councilman Lattiser brings up a good suggestion. I thank the mayor for speaking on this. I can understand that concern. I think that Councilman Lattiser's suggestion is perhaps worth some further conversation. I also want to make clear that the idea behind this and the structure of this is not intended for any change as to the chief of staff position or others in the executive department. That is, say, the mayor's office manager, positions of that nature that are paid less than $100,000. I generally have a concern that this would seek to address as to the city council having oversight over other positions as well, appointed by the mayor in excess of the mayor's salary. That's generally been a concern of mine that came up during previous mayors. Last thought that I have, just to put it out, food for thought, is perhaps what would go a ways towards addressing some of the concerns is that if some of the department head or other appointments may be subject not to a majority vote by the council, but as suggested by a member of the public that I spoke with this last week, perhaps a matter of approval of at least 3 out of 9 members of the council have that lower threshold. So food for thought.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, we've heard from the council, we've heard from the committee, we've heard from the public. Allow me to summarize and see if this is where we're at. It sounds like this is kind of a no-go around the committee table. Well, you guys can make a motion after this. It does sound like there's interest in this looking at boards and commissions. There's a lot tied into this as currently written, revolving around the mayor's appointed positions. So my suggestion is that we would go unfavorable on this and let someone docket something separate related to the boards and commissions, I think it's even in separate sections of the charter. I don't think there's a easy migration path from this ordinance or this resolution to what ultimately could be something that I think it sounded like there was a lot of support for. So that's just my suggestion, but I'll take any motion that comes.
Councilman Muto, as a co-sponsor, I would prefer to defer to you.
I think we've heard enough to make some adjustments to this. And, oh, yeah, I'd like to hold this, make a motion to hold till 5/11.
Hold till 5/11. Okay. Motion to hold. Any discussion? I'm a little bit unclear on what would change other than everything about this between now and 5/11, but if that's your pleasure, I think it only delays maybe what we could work on. But we have a motion to hold. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so 6-3. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So held, or so recommended to be held. Anyone need a break? Are you guys good? Okay.
Let's keep it rolling.
All right. I'm gonna if no one objects, I'd like to go to number 6 because that is PCR 4826 related to libraries. I know the head of our library is here, and I think his book is almost done. So let's try to get him out of here if we can. Okay, so next up is going to be item number 6, which is PCR 48-26, resolution to the General Assembly in support of legislation funding state aid to libraries at 25% of the local funds expended. This is Council President Sinapi on behalf of Mayor Percosi, and defer to them. Okay. Would you like to speak? Director, good evening.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, good. Thank you for hearing this. Over the past few years, RILA, the Rhode Island Library Association, has been bringing resolutions to the various councils. State law actually requires that grant and aid or state funding for public libraries be funded at 25% of expenditures for the 2 years prior of municipal funds. And in the past few years, the governor in his proposed budget level funds it. We have been fortunate in the last few years that over the course of the budget season at the General Assembly, they have restored it to the full 25%. And I'm, along with the mayor, are just coming before you to ask the council to pass a resolution in support of doing the same thing this year. I like to say when I talk to folks who are interested, this is one of those funded mandates, and it would be nice if the state followed through with the thing it's promising. So we're just asking you to support that.
Thank you, Director. Okay. Do we have any questions? I know this council has always been big supporters of the library, and hopefully will continue to be. Councilman Apple.
Yep, Director, thank you for taking the time. This is something I think is a no-brainer. Directly affects the services that we can provide by and through the library to the cities or the multiple locations of libraries around the city. You have my full support. I hope that my colleagues jump on board. I don't see why they wouldn't. But again, thank you for your time and kind of clarifying what we're looking at here for the newbies.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no lights, do any members of the public have anything to add? No? Okay. This one seems...
Motion, move favorable action.
Move favorable action. 3, 4. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you, Director. Okay, let's get back to, we're on numero 4, right? 3. Yes, 3. PCO 2126, a resolution of the General Assembly requesting amendment of the Warwick City Charter to expand the membership of and alter the election districts of the Warwick School Committee. This is on behalf of Councilman Ricks, Councilman Ledesser, and Councilman Muto. As the leads, Councilman Muto, do you have this, or you want me to go to Councilman Ricks? Okay, Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. So similarly, wanted to put this out for discussion, not necessarily anticipating a vote this evening. Oftentimes with these, matter of making sure that the public sees that this is something on the radar, has an opportunity to comment, and I would, at the end of the discussion, request that it be held to May 11th. That should certainly, if we are able to reach a compromise, work out some of the language, any details, still give us time to get this to the General Assembly and follow that process. So the principle behind this, the big idea here is that for decades, what might have made sense way back when the current school committee composition was put in place of 2 citywide at-large members plus 1 district member in the 3 districts across the city. That might have made sense at one point in time. I have a hard time imagining that, but nowadays, to run a citywide race, I try to look at it from, say, both sides of the coin. It is, from a perspective of the voters, very difficult to get to know a candidate running citywide for a relatively low-profile position. From a candidate's perspective, it is extremely intimidating to run for a citywide office for a position that pays merely $4,000 a year. How are you going to get your message out to all of those voters? So I just don't think that in an age where Warwick's population is over 80,000, citywide school committee members simply no longer make sense to me if it ever did. So I also think that having a larger school committee would be beneficial for multiple reasons. Divide up the work, have more people with various backgrounds, knowledge, expertise that they can bring to the equation, be able to function better as subcommittees. School committee currently has subcommittees, but as we on the city council know, a larger committee is simply more effective, both in terms of actual communication without running afoul of the Open Meetings Act, as well as being able to better divide up the work. So I think that a larger committee is a good idea. I think that the school committee, as a matter of separation of powers, I obviously think that checks and balances should be always something we consider here. But with that said, I think that an all-elected school committee is extremely important from a separation of powers point of view, because the checks and balances, when it comes to the executive, the city council, and the school committee, those checks and balances come into play with the budget approval process and the like. So for those reasons, I would not be in favor of appointed members to the school committee. Leave it up to the voters is my opinion on that. So I had initially come from the perspective of simple approach, 9 members, have the school committee electoral districts mirror the 9 wards. I spoke with some members of the public, some members of the school committee. There were ranges of opinion, of course, but I was persuaded from that particular opinion of simply mirroring the wards by the thought that, well, what if you have multiple people from one ward who are highly qualified, very interested, and at the same time, less interest from people in other wards? So perhaps keeping the districts, but having the ability to elect top 3 I could see the benefit of that. It would also make for a smoother transition to keep that part of the framework. So I am not absolutely married to the proposal as drafted, but I wanted to give that introduction as a kickoff towards a larger discussion, put it out there for the council, for the mayor, for the school committee, and for the public, so that we could have more of these conversations, refine this, and see what we can do to improve upon the current structure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Given the hour and the meatiness of this topic, I was going to recommend that we move to hold, but we have opened the discussion. So do you really urgently would like to say something?
Well, just to put out there, I'm not opposed to it at all. I'm a former school committee chairman. 5 doesn't work. It's the contents. I'm not crazy about these. We'd be with the exception of Providence, we'd have the largest school committee in the state. Most are at 5 to 7. There's a financial impact because school committee members, in addition to the $4,000, they get benefits. And I don't know what else they might get. So there would be a financial impact. I'd like to see probably seven districts. It is hard to run, but I mean, in 3 wards, it's also difficult to run. So you maybe, and the discussion, I know a lot of members are in favor of an appointed component. I hear it out. I'm not crazy about it myself. Doesn't seem to have worked in Providence. So I think this is something a committee should be formed, and you should get someone from the council, someone from the administration, someone from the school department. Perhaps Tim Duffy is executive director of RIASC. He's been around for like 30 years. So as I said, as a concept, yeah, I can see it. I'm not crazy about the contents. And Councilman Ricks even said that he's not married to them either. So I think it's a good discussion to have. Thank you for starting it.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman, your light's on. If you could just keep it brief, we are going to hold this. There'll be plenty of time for other conversation. Just keep it brief if you could.
I always keep it brief.
Sure.
So this is an idea that is not brand new to City Council. It's something that I had proposed years ago. And there's definitely something for consideration here. Whether the magic number is 9 or 7, I don't know. For me, the number 5 doesn't work simply because you can end up with 3 individuals controlling some 52 to 58% of the budget. 3 individuals making that decision, 3 out of 5. That's always been concerning to me, where if we end up with 9, 1 from each ward, that would be palatable. If a different makeup to increase to 7 were the wish of the body, I wouldn't object to that either. But I do think it's certainly worth the exercise. I want to thank Councilman Ricks for putting this forward. It's absolutely the appropriate time to at least engage in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Since we've opened it, any members of the public have anything to add on this? Ms. Komar?
Michelle Comar, Ward 1. 3 districts, 3 elected school committee members equals 9. Is that right?
All right, math lesson. Excellent. 3 times 3 is 9.
I said there's 3 school districts. You have 3 elected school committee members per district. That equals 9 people, so you won't have a tie. So I think that works. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Komar. Ms. Necco?
Hi, Darlene Netco, Ward 7. As I said earlier, I'm kind of, and this is unusual, I'm kind of with the mayor on this one. I think maybe a study commission is actually a good idea to figure out exactly what might work best. 5 is a small number, and as I said earlier, having the 2 citywide positions has become difficult. Yes, 3 from each district equals 9, but if that creates one of the largest or the largest school committee in the state, that might not be what we need either. Maybe 7 is the magic number, however that works. I would just caution against leaping into anything without thinking about the ramifications. This current method has been in place for a number of years now. It is functioning sometimes. And I think it is maybe too soon to just leap into something right now. So due diligence and study, I think, are both warranted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nacco. I know they're all watching, so I'm glad they got some amusement from the evening. Do we have oh, hello. Good
I
evening.
stand some of the time just because I can't sit for 8 hours
Your-
like you guys
your
do.
name for the record,
Or you
sir.
have to. Corey Pontius, Ward 8. So I have some personal history with Operation of School Committee. I grew up in Burrillville where there's 7 members. I believe there are still 7 members. I was a student council school committee liaison. I took it very seriously. And eventually, because of Eddie Pacheco, state rep, now head of Special Olympics for the state, got something passed that created an elected high school individual to actually sit in on the committee, which was obviously very informative for a 14, 15-year-old. Is there an individual from Tollgate who interacts with the school committee? Does anyone know? Okay, so I'm not saying the solution for this is just to get more students involved, but I think that there's, as has been alluded to, several different, we'll say, challenges that the school committee faces. Maybe it's a personality based, not to mention the amount of work and money that comes before them. So I think that the analysis that could be done by forming a committee to take a look at the different ways that this could be developed is a great idea, partly because of the way that this could be spun without more time being spent on it. And we certainly don't want any media wars or improper dialogue happening behind the scenes when the purpose of this is just to help the students get a better experience and the city be run more efficiently. So I hope that that advice is helpful. And if anyone has any questions about my experience in Burrillville, at least on the school committee, happy to talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have a motion?
First, I'm going to play the lottery because I think lightning struck 3 or 4 times in this committee. With that said, I'd like to motion to hold until what?
5:11.
5:11. Second.
Okay, second, 3. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to our final item of final item? Final item. Number 4, PCR 33-26, a resolution requesting the General Assembly to amend Rhode Island State Law 45-2-6 to clear the title for the sale of 34 Warwick Lane Avenue. Council President Sinapi on behalf of Mayor Picozzi. Council President. Mayor, what's happening at Warwick Lake Avenue that you need our help with tonight?
It's going to be a group thing. As you know, we tried to sell the former Warwick administration building a couple of years ago. We ran into the problem that there were deed restrictions on it. It's a very long, lengthy process to find all these heirs through generations. It's almost impossible. Then we found out the General Assembly could just make it go away for us. And that's what we're doing because we want to liquidate that property. That building, it's not getting better. It's deteriorating more and more. It's going to have to come down. The fences are falling down. The neighbors are getting upset about it. We still have to maintain it. So this is a very quick solution to getting it done.
Thank you for being proactive on that. Do you have anything else to add?
That's
okay. Excellent. Any members of the committee? Councilman DeLuise.
I just, I believe it was the police department that helped one of my constituents. There were tractor trailer trucks being parked on that property.
Yeah.
And they were at night, they were getting the fumes in their house. I took pictures of it, but so one gentleman has a problem with the fence falling down. He wants that fixed.
Yeah.
But the city took care of a request that I had because his tractor trailer company was based in Cranston, I believe. And then the guy was complaining about the fumes when they ran the trucks at night. So the city did a good job. They got rid of those trucks within a few days.
Excellent.
So, but I understand that, Mayor, let me ask you a question. What needs to be done to clear the title?
Just an act of the General Assembly. It's that simple.
Oh, so there's no money involved?
There's
Like,
no money
there's
involved.
no,
Well, there
okay.
will be when we sell it.
Yeah, this resolution that's before us, we authorize this. It'll go up to the General Assembly, and they will read it, act on it, and then
Okay.
And
I see no further
Councilman,
discussion on this.
in addition to the parking trucks there, people dump mattresses back there all the time. As I said, that fence is falling down, and people don't want us to fix it. They want new fences, which we're not going to do.
Right. Okay. Councilman Mito?
I'll be very brief. It's like the fifth time I've agreed with the mayor tonight, so I think I have a fever. But no, but this is actually as Councilman Napper has mentioned, this is a no-brainer to get the title cleared. But one question for you, Mayor. So if this approach is good for 34 Lake Drive, can we also do it for other properties such as Gorton?
Yes.
Okay.
99% sure. We'd have to check the specifics on it, but yes, I think so.
It's a dry run.
All right. Of course, you realize that's not our property yet. It's still school departments.
Okay, that's
All
not on the
that
agenda.
later.
Moving along, anyone else? Council members?
Wanted to thank Councilman Muto for bringing that up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any members of the public have anything to add on 3326? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
I'd like to move favorable action.
Okay.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And at 9:23, intergovernmental is adjourned. Thank you.
Would the Public Safety Committee please convene?
By the way, Chairman, I should apologize. It's Mr. Croft. I said Miss Croft before, just for when you get to it. I feel like you're obligated to at least mention it.
No. Let's see who we're missing.
Red Sox usually be the top 5, not the top 15.
Oh, I joined this committee. You're with us.
I am absolutely stuck.
Stretch. Okay, it is Public Safety Committee in session at 9:25. Just get. First order of business is to approve the minutes from January 5th.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Awesome. All right, a couple of items. We have a couple of claims. I just want to ask first is Mr. Croft or Mrs. Croft here for their claim? Okay. Give me 1 second. And the other claim, I believe, is Contreras. Is Contreras, Mr. and Mrs. Contreras? No? Okay. So let's start off with PCR 42-26, resolution relative to the claim for Mr. Croft. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. Mr. Croft reached out to me prior to the last council meeting, and he works the second shift, if I'm remembering right, for RIPTA. So it would be a financial hardship for him to come to here to basically ask for an additional maybe $70. All this is off the top of my head. The gentleman explained in detail, and I know he provided documentation to you, that the problem is it's a newer vehicle, almost brand new. The tires, not anybody carries them. He had to go up to Natick, Mass or Norwood to get a tire, and you're required to submit 3 estimates. So he got 2 other estimates, and they weren't those tires. So when the claim was reviewed, they went with the low bid or the low estimate, even though that tire wasn't the tire he needed. So he's asking if he could get the full $300 reimbursement.
Thank you, Councilman Foley. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I don't even know why this thing came before us, to be quite frank. It's a $64 item. The rule is you can pay up to $300. The guy had a tire damage and he had to get a front end alignment. So just give him the $64 in this case and get him up to the $300. A part of the problem here is when he smashed into this pothole, it screwed up his alignment. So, excuse my expression, but this should have never even come before us. This should have been just approved. It costs a lot more to get it to us than $64. So that's my spiel. I'm done.
Okay. Anyone else on the committee? Councilman Ricks.
Yeah, so I'll chime in here. I'm not an expert on this particular type of vehicle. I know that a lot of newer vehicles, what's going to happen is if you're replacing one tire, then you have to get the alignment too. So anyways, looking at all of the circumstances here, and also Councilman Foley, his conversation with the claimant, I mean, for multiple reasons, it all makes sense that the actual damage here incurred was greater than the maximum $300. We know that he paid for the tire, he paid for the alignment, and there's no way to practically get that all done for under the $300. We have the quotes for that tire, similar tires. Unfortunately, one of them isn't a precise match for the reasons Councilman Foley explained. Anyways, all makes sense to me that it would be appropriate here to approve in that amount of $300.
Thank you. Anyone else on the committee? Anyone on the council? Anyone in the public? Anyone in the public? Great. So I want to defend the process first. Yes, I know it was the difference of $63.40, and the process has cost probably more than the $63.40 if we paid. But we have a process in place. The rules are, if it comes to us, we can do it. I would entertain a motion on the committee for favorable action to pay the $63.40 or yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, hold on.
If you could make the motion, I believe your intent is to pay the $300 cap. If you could make the motion to be favorable action for a total payment of $300.
Will do. Thank you for that correction. So
Make a motion for favorable action to pay the cap amount of $300.
Could I ask a question?
Second.
Who asked the question?
Myself. I'm sorry. Because reviewing the documentation, I suspect I've simply confused myself. So there's an invoice as opposed to the estimate for 23660. But we're saying it went over because of an alignment. Is that accurate?
Go ahead, Councilman Foley.
No, the tire that he actually bought was over the $300. What happened was, because we require 3 estimates, or the other 2 estimates were for tires that weren't for his car, because the only place that makes or sold that tire was Natick or wherever, Norwood. So the process was to award it to the low estimate.
I'm good now. I was correct. I did, in fact, confuse myself. I apologize.
Understandable.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Oh, I'm sorry, do you have more comments, sir?
Point of order.
Okay.
Page 7 of 18 in the packet, I see a customer receipt of $236.60 for the tire. So I also see documentation in there for payment of the alignment. So that's how the grand total gets to over 300. Just wanted to make that point of order so it's clear on the record. But no objection to the vote being held. Did we have public comment on this?
We did, we offered.
Oh, thank you. Yep. Sorry, memory. Okay.
It's late.
I won't stop any further vote. Thank you.
Okay. So we had the vote, just to confirm. We had a motion, we had a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right. So let's do that. Let's see. The next item on the agenda is PCR 4426, a resolution in regards to installing a stop sign at the intersection of Sandfield Street and Sefton Ave. This is actually in my ward. And the recommendation is from Public Safety to install the sign. Any comments? Any discussion? All right. Any comment by the council? Any comments by the public? Any comments by the public? All right. No comments, no further discussion. I'll take a motion.
Make a motion to approve PCR 44-26.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, motion approved. Okay, we have a similar one here for PCR 4626, a resolution in regards to installing stop signs on Spencer Woods Drive and Deer Run Crossing, where each intersection intersects Major Potter Road. This is Councilman Gephardt's area, but I believe we went through the whole process, Councilman Gephardt, but please.
Yes, there's a favorable traffic study and request favorable action.
Any comments by the rest of the committee? Any comments by the council? Any discussion or comments by the public? Any comments by the public? May I have a motion?
Move favorable action on PCR 46-26.
Okay, we have a motion with a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, we have one other claim here. So this is PCR 4726, resolution relative to claims for Contreras. This one came through us through the council president.
Yeah, so this was just submitted on behalf of the appellant because they requested it. Just because our process says it It's just kind of an automatic thing, hence why my name's on it. I haven't heard from them. I did ask a question on the claim of the administration as to whether or not the tree had been previously flagged as an issue, like disease, dead, dying, et cetera, falling apart. And the response I received was that no, there was no prior indication that such a thing was occurring. And also I have a number of questions for the claimant if they did show up, because they said a part of the tree fell. There's no indication whether or not just that part was over the fence in the first place, because if that was the case, then it was, by I think state law, always their responsibility, or as opposed to that part that fell was on their other side of the fence. Also, they're billing us for, or attempting to bill us for, the entire tree removal, if I'm understanding the document correct, when there's no indication that they asked the city to remove the city's own property, as opposed to just removing the tree that fell, a part of the tree that fell on the house, which I get. Yes, you would absolutely have to remove that. But, so I got a number of questions, and even potentially regardless of the answers, I'm not sure in a normal circumstance we have any responsibility, given that there was no prior notice and an act of God, because this was via a storm. But I'm a big believer on giving a person the opportunity to attend. We haven't heard from them. I'd request to hold it just once more, and then if they don't show or contact anyone, then we tried.
Okay. Any other discussion? Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Councilman Rex.
Thank you. What date would you recommend we hold it to?
My knee-jerk thought is May 11th, because that's the next meeting.
Thank you. No further comments.
Thank you. Any comments by the council? Any comments by the public? Any comments by the public? Great. All right, may I have a motion?
Make a motion to hold till May 11th.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that concludes the business in front of us. We are adjourned at 9:39. Thank you.
Would the ordinance committee please convene?
Yeah.
This is ordinance.
Okay, time is now 9:40. Ordinance Committee is now in session. First order of business is acceptance of the minutes that were from the meeting held on March 9th, 2026. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0, motion passes. Motion, next order of business is approval of minutes from March 23rd, 2026. Do I have a motion on that?
Move to approve.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Last item, moving to approve April 6th, 2026. Second.
So moved.
By
Second.
DeLuise, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0 again. Okay, first item on the agenda, PCO 13-25 sub A, an ordinance amending procedures relative to transfer of tax title property. This is on for second passage. I believe we went over this a lot. Anyone in the committee wish to have any comment or questions? No one. Anybody from the full council? Members of the public?
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Komar, yes.
Thank you. Michelle Komar, Ward 1. So my impression from attending the last meeting where I think someone from the finance department testified and answered my question that the list of properties that were delinquent from taxes long ago, the subject of this ordinance, it was readily available. Come and get one, ask for one. So a couple days later, I think it was on April 8th, I went to the finance department and I said, can I get a copy of the list? And they said, oh, write your name down and we'll get it for you later. So I did that. Well, lo and behold, it ended up on the busy clerk's desk as a public records request. Now, readily available documents are supposed to be able to be picked up upon request. So this further just makes me believe that this has become a less transparent process than what we have now. I don't know how many people had to go through the public records request. I had to wait the full 10 days. I don't know how you can request that list and be ready to be the first bidder or the first person in, first come, first serve, to buy properties for the back taxes due. Now, next question, how long does it take to get answered? I'm interested in property 1, 2, and 3. What are the back taxes due for each? I don't know how long that answer would get. So I just don't know if this is going to be a fair and transparent bidding process, because that list, the impression I got, was readily available, and I had to wait the 10 days. Not that I have money to spend on properties, but I'm all for the transparency, and I don't see it happening. I'm opposed to this whole ordinance to begin with. I've testified a couple times. I'm against it for various reasons. I won't repeat them here. But I don't think it's a good way to resolve these delinquent tax properties or to generate revenue back to the city. I just don't approve of the method. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kumar. Ms. Austin, go ahead.
Yes. Jane Austin, Chairman of the Warwick Land Trust. The Land Trust has been very interested in this process from the beginning, and concerned that before a new process is put in place to manage or dispose of, tax title properties that have accumulated over decades, that we not have a clear understanding, comprehensive database on what those properties are. From our perspective, and looking at the conservation value of these things, as a practical matter, these tax title properties are part of the existing network of our kind of green and open spaces. They have valuable, they've come into that situation largely because they're undevelopable in areas where development would be risky or unwise. They're often along streams or waterways and in low-lying areas. By and large, they're largely low risk, low maintenance. Many of them are adjacent to city properties. They have value, although they're not generating tax revenue, they have value. And they have been providing this value and are providing this value now. In terms of resource conservation, habitat, stormwater management, flood mitigation, air and water quality, heat mitigation. They're providing community amenities now and supporting the surrounding property values. So it screams out for kind of a comprehensive look. Now, the Land Trust has made an effort, a preliminary effort to do this by using the city's assessor's GIS mapping. We've overlaid mapping on the part from DEM in terms of the conservation value. We've been able to identify which parcels are adjacent to others, which parcels are adjacent to city property. And when you really look at the data that we have, we get, we find that we've got about just under 1,000 parcels. About 80% of them, or 70% of them are in areas that have been identified as conservation opportunity areas. We we took the maps, we identified those that were in clusters of areas with environmental value, and we were able to identify fairly readily about 40 clusters with about 450 parcels that it would make a great deal of sense for the city to make ineligible for any general assignment. This is just a first pass. We think we've created a pretty powerful, useful, and informative mapping tool, and would be happy to kind of provide it more readily. But there is far more analysis that can go into it. The planning department certainly has a lot of information and knowledge it could add. The existing ordinance for a tax title incorporates the planning department, incorporates the city engineer, the Conservation and Wildlife Commission, in addition to the land trust and other financial entities within the city. All of these have something to offer in terms of determining whether the city should abandon its interest in these properties, because they are providing potentially some value to the city. So our request is to find some way to incorporate this information in the city's process moving forward for managing these properties. From the standpoint of the low-hanging fruit that we've identified, we would argue that it would make sense to put them aside in terms of their ability for general assignment now, to continue to develop a comprehensive database. It's a discrete, fixed inventory of on the order of 1,000. That's not a big number in today's databases. It's not something that's going to change dramatically over time. When a tax title sales happen, a few properties will get added. Those can be incorporated in the general analysis, but it seems ripe and appropriate that the city should move forward before it changes dramatically the way it's either managing or disposing of these properties, to ensure that there's some kind of a comprehensive analysis incorporated in that process. And right now, that is not part of at least the ordinance that's being substituted for what we have in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. So just to kind of reiterate and caveat over what you said, I think your description of your effort is modest. Yes. The amount of work that you and your team have put into creating the database, creating the overlays, and just compiling the list, and it's truly remarkable from where I'm sitting. Anyone who has not had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Austin that's sitting on this council, please take the opportunity to do so and just view what they've been able to compile. It really puts it in perspective, and amazing work. So I thank you for the effort you did on behalf of the Land Trust and with the Land Trust. One thing that I had to keep in mind personally was that this ordinance was docketed to change, and I think at first I jumped on board with, we got to pack all of the things into this one ordinance, and I had to keep straight in my mind that this particular ordinance only deals with the very narrow issue of how do we transfer the title of these tax title properties, just that. And then I think sort of we all jumped on board with, we got to pack all of these other caveats onto it and qualifiers and mechanisms. But I think in discussions with Ms. Austin and kind of ruminating over this over the last several months, I sort of, for myself at least, put it in perspective that made sense for me, that this is sort of the end of the road. When we get to the point of transferring it, this is the process and mechanism to actually transfer it out. So I think sort of reverse engineering this and going back to what Ms. Austin has described as creating a list or compiling a inventory of properties that we should seek to preserve for whatever the beneficial reasons are for everything you just stated. Maybe we kind of move back in time now and say, okay, do we need to create a list that creates this ineligibility, or at least these items that we intend to not transfer for those conservation effort reasons, and sort of to passively protect those from the city standpoint, to let them
let sleeping dogs lie as far as those properties go. So when we docket tonight, we'll have a docket item relative to accomplishing just that. And however that develops over time, we will develop it. But I would suggest that we get this portion passed, just remembering that this is allowing the city to effectively and efficiently transfer, once we get to that point, wherever that remains, and then gets us in compliance with both state and federal law. So it allows the city to function the way it needs to, if and when we ever get to transfer any of these properties off. And then sort of work backwards from there to say, okay, these are the properties that are eligible if that's appropriate when we flesh that out in a larger discussion on the council floor. That's my 2 cents. Any other questions or comments from the members of the public or Councilman Rex?
So I would encourage us to hold this evening, because I really do think that we need to have that process in place ahead of this. I'll give a very simple example. So let's say that we pass this legislation. Well, then it's in place. And what happens once it's in place? Well, it's a clearly defined process of whoever shows up, check in hand for the precise amount, first come, first serves, gets the property. So you can't give away something and then also preserve it, because then you're getting into people's constitutional rights, life, liberty, property being operative here. And then you're getting into a situation of a takings clause situation if we want to try to reverse it and undo it, which I don't want us to become the city of, what was it, New London? Anyways, it becomes a whole huge mess if we cross this bridge. Once you cross the bridge, once you put them up, well, that's it. So a little illustration here. Let's say that we pass this, mayor signs it, I come on down to City Hall with a check in hand, I get the precise amount. Okay, great, I followed the process. I paid that amount, and now I hold that tax title, and if the owner of the rights to that fails to redeem on those, well, now having paid for the tax title, I can foreclose on the tax title. How to put it? The problem here is that this is all being presented as if none of these parcels are buildable. Well, that might have been the case however many years ago, but things do change over the decades. I'm spotting some properties just, from my knowledge of Ward 2 and from my knowledge of being able to go on GIS, I can't guarantee that they're actually buildable. I don't have that level of expertise, but from a cursory look from someone who has at least a little bit more knowledge than simply a general member of the public, some of these, they look potentially buildable to me. So do we really want to let that genie out of the box before we have a chance to allow the land trust to really go through and make sure that those particular parcels that we don't want anybody to snap up and potentially build on or otherwise encumber, even if it's not necessarily building a permanent structure on it? Do we really want to let that genie out of the box before we do our full due diligence? We do our full due diligence when we're looking at each and every particular parcel that comes up in front of us for any given city council meeting. But here, we're talking literally hundreds in one fell swoop, and none of us really know all the facts about each and every one of them. And that's after Jane Austen and the Land Trust have spent countless hours looking through these. None of us could possibly know the details on every single one of these without even more due diligence. So I think that we're just acting a little bit too quickly, putting the cart before the horse. For those reasons, I would suggest that we simply hold this for now, make sure we finish up that due diligence. But you know what? If we go ahead and pass this, I've got my eye on a few properties. I'll go ahead. I'll snap them up. Hey,
I'd just like to keep in perspective too that these properties have been sitting dormant for years and have accumulated years and years of taxes gone unpaid, penalties, interest, and to my knowledge, no one's beating down the door to purchase these up. There's no line waiting for this to pass where people are just going to swoop in and snatch them. So I would like to just keep in perspective that point of view. Councilman DeLuise, and then I want to go to the administration.
Speaks. I just want to give Michelle a little bit of information. If you have a particular parcel of land, okay, you go to the Treasury Department at the Sawtooth Building, talk to Dave, and within a week to 2 weeks, you will have all your answers. You'll have the amount in taxes that is owed, the amount in penalties, and if it's $10,000 and you want to redeem that tax title, you pay the $10,000. But to reiterate what Councilman Napa has said, there's nobody beating down the doors to get these properties because most of them are wetlands, okay? Has anyone seen the list that was posted by Ms. Austin? It's a gigantic list, okay? There's 1,400 or more parcels. And you look and it says wetlands, marsh. There's all descriptions, okay? So everybody's worried about developers coming in, snatching up these properties, okay? How long have these properties been on the list? Years. I've researched some properties that went back to the 1970s, okay? So if everybody's worried about the big bad wolf, it's crazy. We need to make decisions. The city needs money. There's no developers coming in, snatching up these properties. It just upsets me. People need to really understand what's going on. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councilman. Chief, if you want to give some perspective from the administration's standpoint.
So the administration would be against holding this again. This has been held and held and held, and right now we have an illegal ordinance. We have met with Jane Austin and her members of the Land Trust, going over her mapping. We've asked for the shape files, to be able to integrate it into our GIS. So we have that information as well. We're more than willing to work with the Land Trust on identifying crucial properties. Mm-hmm. But to keep delaying this let's add another person to look at it. Right now, in the ordinance, it's at least 10 days notice to the Land Trust for any property that is newly acquired and newly to be assigned. That's the minimum. We're open to working with the Land Trust. We're not just going to tell Jane Austin and her Land Trust, sorry, we don't talk to you anymore. We got it passed, we're done. But you have to understand, to Councilman DeLuise's point, we have a lot of properties that we've had them. They're not going to be jumping off of the tax sale list and into some active development because most of them are underwater. A lot of the ones that Jane showed us, I believe there were 5 critical areas that were abutting that had major tracts of land. Those are the ones that we can look at when we have a request for an assignment, saying, where is this property? Well, the Land Trust provided us with a mapping that it's crucial to them, or it's critical habitat, or it's a critical environmental parcel. We can look at that and then say to the potential developer, maybe this isn't the right lot for you. But we're willing to work with the Land Trust, but we want to get this ordinance passed as it's written so we can keep moving forward and keep working with the Land Trust.
Thank you, Chief. Councilman Lattiser. Councilman Muto, he's deferring to you.
Well, mine's brief. I just want to recognize, just like Councilman Napa, the amount of work that you did, Jane, and your team have done. Phenomenal work, a great analysis to show where the city can benefit. So again, I just wanted to publicly restate that and reemphasize what you did was not easy work. And I agree with Councilman Napa that you undersold the amount of work that you did. What you did is very valuable. Moving to the legislation, I'm actually open to holding this because, as people have already stated, that these been on the rolls for 10 plus years. They're underwater. Another 2 weeks, another 4 weeks to put something in the legislation that can secure the concerns that are being raised, I would support.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lattiser?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually concur with Councilman Muto and his comments, as well as yours, as well as Councilman Ricks. And I, too, met with Jane last week and had a very lengthy discussion, received a good education on this because, quite frankly, there are things in here that are above my pay grade. And what I'm hearing tonight is been hanging around for a long time. These things have been sitting there. The chief said, we can look at these concerns that Jane has. We can talk about it. We can discuss it. Well, as Councilman Muto said, I don't see where another couple of weeks or a month is going to make any difference in this whatsoever. I do have concerns with the things that have been brought to me. Michelle Comar made some very good points this evening. And as I said earlier, sometimes people can put a different spin on things to make me look at things from a different perspective. And this is one item that I find rather complex. And I will admit it's somewhat above my pay grade in absorbing all of this. And I am going to have to lean on Jane Austen, Michelle, Councilman Ricks's comments, and request that this is held and to look at this completely and totally. The fact that it's said tonight, because there's the conversation about holding it, that we can look at it, we can discuss it more with Jane Austen, that says to me why it's even more important that we hold this. I've heard these things, and I'm not directing this to the chief of staff or the current administration. I've heard these things many years over the course of time that says, we'll look at it, we can talk about it, we can revisit it. And after it passes, things don't quite work out the same way. So with that said, I would vote in support of holding this, but I will not vote in supporting it in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Gebhardt.
I think the most important thing that I heard tonight is that, and the last several times we've heard this, is that the current ordinance we have on the books is in conflict with state and federal law. Where every day we continue to leave this ordinance, which we've now multiple times in a public forum acknowledged is inconsistent with state and federal law, continues to expose us to whatever, trouble we could find ourselves in. So I think time is of the essence to bring this into compliance with state and federal law. Beyond that, I think we've heard these parcels have been around for a long time. Tremendous work done by the Land Trust to put us in a position where we can analyze what's out there and package together some of these parcels. I mean, I think something's going to be docketed this evening. I'm not sure what it is, but I think that we should move with urgency to put some of these parcels together that have conservation value and are stamped that way by DEM and other organizations. But I think for the reason that they are they have met the threshold of being parcels of interest or parcels, for conservation, speaks to that, they are inherently not developable, and as they are in, flood prone, low lying, wetland type conditions. So I think the answer here can be yes, and let's move forward and get our update our ordinance to be compliant with state and federal law, and let's also work on helping to pull together the great work that's done by the land trust and turn it into actual action in the city. So with that, if recognized, I would make a motion.
Thank you,
If I could be
Councilman.
called on at one point, I'd appreciate it.
Say it again.
I'd like to speak when there's a
Council
moment.
President wants to talk.
Council President wants to talk? Council President, I'll allow it.
What a sweetheart. So, two things. One, after meeting when Councilman Knapp and I met with Jane, so I have the docketing memo for the tax title stuff here with me that I already had planned to docket anyway, because my goal was similar to what Councilman Gebhardt just kind of pointed out. We have something that's just straight up not allowed right now on the books. Can't do it. It's unlawful the way it's written. And I have had multiple people email asking, had this passed yet? Because they're waiting to utilize it to transfer tax title. So I can't speak for everyone else, whether or not you've been hearing from people. I have. They've been emailing the city as well, because they copied me. I do not want to be in a position where someone decides to seek court intervention about this, considering this is a right or a property interest that they own, and we just straight up don't have a process where they can utilize their right. That would not, I would not want to be the attorney representing the city in that regard. That sounds like a losing battle, and I don't want to be forced into fixing this by a court when we've been waiting to fix this for some time now. I see no reason why we can't at least tonight adopt a lawful approach, and then if you want, use what I'm docketing now to change it, to add another layer, do what you will, or docket your own to do the same. We need to have something that's lawful on the books. It's a travesty that we don't. We have the option to fix it. We have discussed this topic ad nauseum from multiple meetings. I get it. There's a lot you can work with it. I mean, Jane has explained it to me at length, and to Councilman Napa at length. It is a complicated issue, and there's a lot going on. I don't think anyone can deny any of that. But what's not complicated is the fact that our ordinance is illegal. What's not complicated is that there are people waiting who have property interests, property rights, and could seek potentially to compel us to let them enforce their rights, which I don't blame them if they did do that, because well, at least one of these people has been trying for years to do this. So this is not a good situation. It's one that's easily resolved, and there's no reason to continue to expose the city to liability just because we want this to be, and what some people's idea is, a perfect situation from their perspective, especially when we can immediately change it, or again, add another layer, add another perspective, whatever. Please keep that in mind. Don't take the opinion that if it's not perfect, I won't support it, especially when we can so readily change it, because this isn't the charter, this is an ordinance. To be clear, I vehemently oppose holding it because of that.
Mr. Chairman.
I've got a motion.
Councilman Foley's a new light. Councilman Foley.
I'm sorry, Chair, did you recognize me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Through the chair to Ms. Austin, just for point of clarification for me, I haven't been able to hear you well enough. Are you in favor of this, or are you opposed to it?
We do not feel this We would
Can you-
like to.
I'm sorry, one
Okay.
sec. I
Yes.
can't speak in the mic and have my. Go ahead, please.
The Land Trust would like to see a comprehensive strategic approach to managing the properties, and has argued that that should be part of the change made to the ordinance, because there are elements from the ordinance that are being lost in terms of transparency and notice and things like the council role. The city has been in some ways a benign and passive holder of these titles. We don't know if we change the situation, if we get a more opportunistic, predatory, set of participants in the mix. I understand that there's an interest in making sure that our ordinance is consistent with the state law. I think we'd argue if we're not assigning in an illegal way, potentially, and you're not violating state law, you're not creating an immediate danger for yourself. But and the benefit of having a list and an inventory adds to the transparency. It certainly makes it workable. The ordinance as it's written now talks about a case-by-case basis, but it's unclear what would happen if someone came forward and said, please give me the information about 50 parcels and calculate the redemption price for me. Does that then become public information or not? So those are general questions that the Land Trust has raised, and as in the process of looking at it, our role really is looking, though, at what the characteristics of these parcels are, what the value is to the city of holding them, and thinking strategically before it relinquishes whatever interest it has in these properties. So we are looking for a more comprehensive solution at this point. Councilman Napa, Council President Sinapi, others have indicated their interest in working with the Land Trust and actually with other entities in the city that would help to identify that whether the city has an interest in holding on to these properties. Does the perfect become the enemy of the good? Or can we be sure that if the statement is made that we can work relatively expeditiously to determine what a comprehensive inventory would look like and set up some protections? That may be the best we can have.
Councilman Foley, you all set? Does that address all your questions? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Lasser.
So now, after hearing more comments, I'm even more confused, because what I'm hearing now is something funny. Okay. Because the comments I'm hearing is that the reason this needs to get done now is because it violates state law. We need to bring this current with state law.
Right.
So here is a question for anyone that would like to answer it on the city council, including our council solicitor. How does this particular paragraph violate state law? This is the exclusion. It's found on page 4. It's the strikeout from line 2 down to line 5. And the strikeout says the concurring vote of 4 members shall constitute approval of plans before it for review or for the adoption of any resolution, motion, or other action of the commission. The concurring vote of 4 members shall be necessary for disapproval. Now, I'm not a lawyer.
Councilman,
Councilman,
that's
I
the
think you're on the
Historic
wrong
District
item.
Commission
What?
one.
I think you're on the wrong item.
I am on the wrong item. I'm on PCO 10-26. Okay, so I withdraw my motion, or my question.
Okay.
I
Is that-
I still don't.
I was very
agree
confused
with
when you
it.
started reading that.
Thank you.
Are you all set, Councilman?
I am.
Okay, Councilman Muto.
We've had a lot of laughs this evening, haven't we? Just point of clarification here. So am I hearing that we're not open to any amendments to this ordinance, such as amendments that Council President possibly has, or other amendments that we may reintroduce from the original, the sub-A, the proposed sub-A? Or are we just looking to focus just on what's on the table?
I don't know that we can classify anything as a we. I would be in favor personally of passing this as just the mechanism of how to transfer, because that's what this particular ordinance deals with. How do we transfer when we get to the point of saying, I want to transfer this to this guy? That's what this deals with. What my intention, and I believe Council President Sinapi is going to docket it on both of our behalfs as co-sponsors, is to docket an item to then address what properties, working with the land trust and the planning department and the administration, what properties have the desire of all parties involved to be protected, more or less, and to sort of preserve in a way that, A, we're not taking on liability by ownership, or taking on the financial burden of maintenance. So we can passively sort of protect those. And I think the development of that list would be more, and codification of that list, I guess, for lack of better terms, would be more appropriate for kind of a precursor ordinance to these items via this ordinance are not eligible for transfer via that ordinance. If that makes my position more
No,
clear.
it does. So look, can I just speak it back
Of course.
to you? So we have this ordinance, which is the mechanism. And then we have can't hear anyways. And then we have the proposed resolution or an ordinance that
or something
someone's going to put together, which addresses the property. Okay. Do we know if that language is agreeable to the land trust, or is this something we need to wait till it's posted?
This is something that we're developing. We just said, let's get it on the docket, and there's a lot of minds involved, and we obviously can't have those discussions in private. So we're going to work ASAP to get something out there so that we can all make it malleable and acceptable.
Yeah. So I'm struggling with if we have a separate solution here, and we're just trying to get confirmation and some comfort that we could solve two things with two different votes. Why we can't just hold this ordinance till the next meeting, as well as have the discussion. That way, at the same time, we're solving two conditions that are of concern, because I'm against going with this ordinance without knowing what the other remedy is. But if I knew what the other remedy was, I don't care. I would be for both. So that's what I'm struggling with right now. So without knowing, the remedy that's being provided, and it's only going to cost us 2 more weeks, I don't know what the rush is.
So I think that's a fair point, Councilman. My other thought that's kind of rolling around in my head is that I believe, because we have the chief, maybe you can illuminate me on this or enlighten me. We have the auction coming up soon.
May 22nd. May 22nd.
May 22nd. So without having this ordinance in place, that would put a potential burden on actually being able to transfer those properties?
So the city, I don't believe, and I don't have the exact date in front of me. I believe it's been since 2014 that we've taken a tax title property, because this ordinance is contrary to state law and federal law. So when properties don't sell at tax sale, they just sit and linger in the person's name. We don't even take them anymore under tax title. So there are no new properties going on the tax sale list because of this. So I'm not sure. I don't know what else to say, but the administration's working with the land trust. We've met 3 times, 2 or 3 times. So I'm not sure where this is coming from, that there's this distrust of whether we're going to do it or not. You know, we're trying to identify the properties. This is a list that's been languishing for some properties, to Councilman DeLuise, you know, maybe even 80 years. Properties have been on this list.
So
I mean, it's, did you want to say something?
I didn't want to interrupt. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I
No,
apologize.
that's fine. I'm done.
So I can speak to Councilman Vito's point as well, if permitted.
Go ahead, Council President.
So there's a couple things. One, if we didn't pass this tonight, so let's pretend we go to the May 11th meeting, the soonest the other part could be passed and go live would be June 1st. And then if we change this one at all, it would bump it accordingly because we need first and second passage. As far as the status of the other part, so there's a current request of the solicitor as far as what we're trying to do, because there's a legal quandary as part of it. We're trying to figure out how we can do it in a legal way. We don't know the answer as far as what's allowed, what's not. I don't want to cause a similar or adjacent problem to the one we're trying to address now by rushing the other part, because this one's been debated at length over months, as opposed to the other one where it's like, okay, now we need to be ready in 2 weeks. I don't want that. I don't want to kind of squander all the hard work that Jane and the Land Trust have done just so we can say, but we have what it's going to look like at least. I can tell you the general idea as far as it stands now, as far as, because it does pertain to this, that right now the general idea is to figuring out a way, if there's a formal, lawful way for us to, I say us as in the city, or even it could be the city council, wherever way we end up doing it, assuming it's allowed, a formal way to designate certain properties that are in this bucket as, hey, these properties we don't want to transfer. Even if someone's like, hey, I want to buy it, we're like, no, we don't want to transfer these ones because of either a conservation issue or an access issue, like something, some basis. And then the other bucket would be like, these are the ones we don't mind, feel free, do what you wish with those. That would be the goal, is to be able to formalize those 2 buckets so that they could actually exist, so that there's a process for accessing one or both, and so that there's a clear guidelines as to how it would work. And then if we're not allowed to formalize it, whether or not we can have a more informal one. And I think we've already established, and I haven't even related to you yet because I learned today, Jane, we've already established it seems likely that we can at least do an informal one, which is great. But I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we can do it in a formal way, because I would prefer to have something be at least ironclad, so that way we have some assurances, we again as in the city, and if the land trust can know that the property's taken care of, because we're trying to avoid simply taking over the property as a city, because then we take over the upkeep and the liability. And if you did that for all these properties, all it takes is one person falling and getting hurt, or something terrible happening on that tiny tract of land, which all happens to be wetlands, which in my mind increases a risk of someone traversing and getting hurt in them. So we don't want to conserve a tiny strip of land with all this good intent just to financially hurt the city severely. It's the opposite of the long-term goal, obviously. But if we can formally have this bucket of property that just sits there, that we're not responsible for, that kind of solves all the problems all at once, which would be great. Again, though, is it lawful? He's going to look into it and let us know. We may have to inquire with Attorney Ursillo as well, given that the city is obviously a part of this conversation, obviously for very apparent reasons. But that's where we're currently at, is looking at those bucks. We talked at length with Jane about how we can help make it, maybe we even have a third bucket as far as property the city actually wants to acquire, and the reasons why that would be. Then all this is to say in part too why I'm rushing and I'm worried about the prospect of, because as I mentioned before, and as hopefully is apparent by what I've said thus far, it's complicated. There's legal issues all over the place, potentially. And we don't want good intent to end up producing bad results. So I hope that helps illustrate where we're at. If I can address any of the questions, I'll try. I'm not sure, depending on what you're looking for, if we even have the answers yet.
Thank you, Council President.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Lattiser.
Now that I'm on the right page, may I continue? Thank you. The thought process was right. I was just on the wrong highlights. So to go back to my comments about the concern here seems to be more with getting the city in line with state law and not being in violation of state law, et cetera. What I have not heard is what language in this legislation, which is being deleted, that violates state law, or is being included to bring us into compliance with state law. And one in particular is starts in line 42. It says, the treasurer shall also send a notice with a request for a recommendation as to whether the city should relinquish its rights to the subject parcel to the director of the planning department, the city conservation commission, the city clerk, the clerk of the zoning board, the tax assessor, the city engineer, the land trust, and the finance director. These recommendations must be returned to the treasurer within 30 days. And it goes on for several other lines. I'm not going to read them all into the record. How does that language violate state law?
Could
That's
I
a
do
good question.
Point of clarification that may help?
Go ahead, Council President.
Technically, I can't because I'm not on the committee, so it's more like I'm just asking the ability to speak, so I apologize. So the first meeting we had this item before us months ago now, so Attorney Ursillo did go through the parts that were problematic from state law and why we were changing what we were changing. The problem is it was so darn long ago that even I can't look at the thing and say, this is the part that's a problem, this is the part that's not. I wouldn't be able to accurately identify it. And that's kind of goes back to my concern. We've been discussing this for so many meetings and so many months that the information is getting so spread out that we can't even keep track of it all. And that's not a dig on you, because I'm in the same boat. I don't remember the specific parts.
So, Mr. President, that's my point, is this legislation, is it only about getting in compliance with state law? Or is it also about taking away other aspects in here which have been deleted, which have nothing to do with being in violation of state law?
I can only attest to what I recall as far as the intent stated was to bring it up to speed with state law.
Correct. And that's my point. So if the intent is to bring this up to compliance with state law, are we throwing out the baby with the bathwater here to get these things excluded or included when it has nothing to do with violation of state law? That's my concern, and that's why I will not be voting in favor of doing this without further consideration and getting an opinion as to what is necessary to comply with state law that we have in front of us right now. Anything else has nothing to do with compliance with state law. I don't know what it has to do with, but it doesn't have anything to do with compliance.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions or comments from members of the public? Councilman Ricks, I thought you were stretching your legs.
Well, to be clear, I want to make sure for legal reasons that I am very clear that I am here speaking not in my capacity as a member of the council, but in my capacity as a member of the public. So, and
can I just pause you for 1 second? I don't mean to interrupt, just to get Mr. Solicitor. Is this a fresh 10 minutes, just so I can keep it on my end?
It would circumvent the rules. Every person doesn't have an opportunity for a double dip of multiple bites at that apple. So the time that committee members as well as member of the public is set at that 10-minute standard. So it would be inappropriate to allow a second bite here.
Fair enough. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'll try to keep it brief. Famous last words. So my point here in speaking as a member of the public is
5 minutes. I'm not waving to you.
I'll keep it to 5. Thank you. Yeah, my point here in speaking as a member of the public is that any member of the public, myself included, should this ordinance pass, be signed by the mayor into law, can go ahead, go down to City Hall and request that grand total that would be due for the amount to be written out in that check, present that check, and then that really leaves the city with 2 choices. They can either go ahead, go through the process of perhaps preserving the land, working with the land trust, that sort of thing, otherwise keep that land off the sales market, or their one remaining choice is to go take that offer of the first person who presents that check. So it puts any single member of the public in that position of effectively, okay, the land will either stay as it is, vacant, held up with the tax title issue, or one person exclusively has that ability to move forward should the city wish to offload that property. So what's to stop a member of the public such as myself, and I say that because I actually do plan to do this if this goes through, from going straight to City Hall, requesting the grand totals, and then being ready the instant that that grand total comes back, having that check in hand to be able to present, because based on my knowledge and based on some additional vetting, I would, as a member of the public, certainly be putting in those offers where I'm seeing the potential for these properties to be turned around at a massive profit. A lot of those properties are ones that I would wish to be preserved, and so therefore I might just go ahead, do that, and then preserve those properties. But on the other hand, any member of the public, myself included, you know what? When you see 6 figures of potential profit right there, that is awfully tempting. And so my thinking is maybe the city should be a little bit cautious before giving anybody that kind of power, especially when we are talking about properties that have been sitting there for quite some time and aren't going anywhere. That also raises a point, too, as to the point that the council president made earlier about time effectively now being of the essence, and that because of the lack of compliance with state law, that raises some legal issues of members of the public trying to compel the process to move forward. Well, it seems like some people are banging at the door. And then if you have multiple people making that request and one person gets a response with that grand total any period of time before any other person, well, that's really creating an issue for the city right there in terms of, did everyone really have equal opportunity to be presenting that check, who, even if, let's say, multiple people were making that request for that total of, okay, I have the blank check ready, tell me the number to write. So I really think that we should have the process all in order, because otherwise we're opening up the city to liability there too. That's all for my public comment. I'll return to the
Thank you,
seat.
Councilman. Do we have a motion?
Move favorable
Can I-
action.
Second. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hey.
3-1, motion to move favorable. We are moving along.
Can you go to number 3?
Sure. If there's no objection, I'd like to move to number 3. Any objection to skipping an item and going back? Seeing none. Item number 3 on the list, PCO 11-26, an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances to eliminate the Personnel Hearing Board and provide appeals to the City Personnel Director. This was docketed by Council President on behalf of Mayor Picozzi. Council President, your pleasure.
So I'm going to defer to the administration, but at one point, I do have an amendment that I want to introduce before the full council for this that I've already discussed with the administration on.
Amendment on this one?
Unless I'm thinking of the wrong one. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a request to go move this to the floor without recommendation for purposes of amendment. Do I have a motion?
Move this to the floor without recommendation.
Motion is to move the floor without recommendation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Geloise. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilman Ricks?
Aye.
4-0, motion passes. Going back up one to item number 2, PCO 5-26, an ordinance amending section 64-5 of the Code of Ordinances relative to compensation of other officials, docketed by Councilman Gebhardt for first passage. Councilman Gebhardt.
This one we moved behind the second one because the outcome of the one we just heard will impact this one. So why don't we move this to the floor without recommendation as well?
Okay, motion to move the floor without recommendation. Any second on that? Councilman Deloise, second.
Second.
And all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
4-0, motion passes. We're moving to the floor without recommendation. Time is 10:38. Ordinance is now adjourned.
Would the Finance Committee please reconvene?
Let the record indicate it is now 11:40.
10:40.
I'm sorry, 10:40, and the Finance Committee is back in session. Our item for consideration is PCO 6-26, and given the time and what's left for discussion this evening, I would entertain a motion to move to the floor without a recommendation.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Finance Committee is adjourned at 10:41.
personnel director, ordinance, and this is public comment, I don't know if I can just speak. Personnel director. Yeah.
I don't know, that was on my docket. Personnel director one, not on my docket, should have heard the ordinance. It's on the agenda.
Yeah, it's on the agenda.
The one when they.
We just talked about it. Okay, so I might not be able to comment. There was a case where the personal director last week had no court. So what's the case for when it's about to someone, how do the unions feel about this? They have.
Can we get this show on the road?
So maybe their mics. All right, we can get back into it. So the full council reconvenes at 10:52 p.m. We'll take up where we left off. So first up is general communications. We have announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events. Does anyone have anything for general communications? All right, I just have the one, the Vows Spring Fling happening on May 16th, 6 p.m. You'll also hear about this from me at the next meeting too, but you'll find it online if you want, either on their Facebook or elsewise. So next up is executive communications. First up, acceptance of the acceptance of minutes from council meeting held on March 9th, 2026. Is there any objection to approving those minutes as presented? Seeing none, so approved. Next is the minutes from March 23rd, 2026. Same question. Is there any objection to approving those as presented? Seeing none, so approved. Next up are the minutes from April 6th, 2026. Is there any objection to approving those as presented? Seeing none, so approved. Next is the consent calendar. PCR 49-26 resolution relative to bids. We'll go to the Finance Chair, Councilman Lattiser.
Committee recommends favorable action on PCR 49-26.
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Move favorable action on PCR 49-26.
Seconded by Councilman Muto. Are there any questions or concerns regarding PCR 49-26 that wasn't already heard in committee? All right, seeing none, there are two items that were removed. Councilman, you want to do the first one?
Yes, the first item is 2027-001B, now PCR 50-21. This was sent to the floor without a recommendation. Do you want to move action on it, or? Okay. The next item is item number 6, 2026-309, the bituminous concrete and roadway and sidewalk. That was a number requested by Department of Public Works to amend the amount, and that is now PCR 51-26. The amendment was to increase the spending authority from $57,200 to $75,165.
All right, so first up, can we get a vote on the consent calendar? Right now, there's already a motion for favorable action. So given that there was, well, let's make sure. Is there any further discussion on this? All right, seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Snappy?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise? Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Budo?
Yes.
Mr. Napa? Mr. Reagan?
Yes.
9 yes, consent passes.
All right, next is bid 2027-001B, which is now PCR 50-26. Councilman Lattiser, because it was a while ago. Well, first, we need a motion. Is there a motion regarding this item?
It was sent to the floor without a recommendation.
So, is it all right if he summarizes, even though there's not a motion?
You need a motion favorable or unfavorable?
I apologize, I didn't hear you.
I say, do you need a motion favorable or unfavorable?
It appears so, yes, before we can get to the summary part.
Okay. I make a motion for unfavorable action on PCR 50-26.
All right, and so is there a second? All right, and now we can do discussion. Councilman Lattiser, can you summarize, because
Okay,
it was so long ago, what this is and what the issue is with it?
Okay, summarize it
Please.
quickly. This is a bid that is in correlation with 2027-001A. And the issue that I have with this is, once again, the department is coming to the council for approval on a whole series of vendors that, for whatever reason, didn't bid in the first place. So they choose not to bid. This seems to be, a common occurrence lately, where vendors are not bidding because they're saying, what the heck? We're gonna get assigned stuff anyways because they need it. So the other issue with this is the fact that the vendors who did bid had to put up an hourly rate and other numbers. These vendors didn't submit anything. So we have no idea what they're going to charge for hourly rates. The response was, well, we know what the other bidders are, what their rates are. These folks have, did work for us in the past. That's not how it works. How it works is you get a commitment on what, at least at the bare minimum, what the hourly rate is going to be charged by these folks. It's wrong to just continue to give vendors a free pass, let them waltz into the city of Warwick, get the bids, get the work, without having to go through the bid process like other vendors do. And under the pretense that, oh, well, we don't have any choice, we got to give it to them. Fine. If you have to give it to them, then at the very least, they need to have their feet held to the fire with a commitment to an hourly rate that they're going to charge the city of Warwick for the repair services that they're going to provide. And that's my objection to awarding this. I had made a motion to hold it until such time as the department could ascertain those commitments from those vendors, what their hourly rates were. And then once we know what they are, okay, then I don't have a problem with it. But to just give it to them because we need them and not know what the costs are associated to the taxpayers is wrong.
So I apologize. I have a question based on what you said. Why are we doing a motion for unfavorable if you want to hold it?
Because it was a tie vote. My motion to hold it came in a tie vote, 2 yes, 2 no.
Right, so that was in committee. Your motion before us now could be a motion to hold instead of a motion for unfavorable action.
Okay, correct, yes.
So is it permissible for him to simply withdraw and redo?
Yeah, I'll withdraw and I'll renew. My motion is to hold PCR 50-21 to May 11th, which will give the department 2 weeks to come up with those labor rates.
All right, and is there a second? So there's a second. All right, so first things first, Christy, did you want to speak on this? I think I saw you walking up to it.
Yes, I do. Just to clarify a couple of things. It is not a bid, what we're requesting. It is actually a 56-6, which, as everyone knows, is an exception to notice. The reason we're asking for these vendors is because they are very specific to certain fire apparatus that would need repair. I just want to clarify again that the majority of the fire apparatus repairs are done in our automotive garages. This bid is for anything that cannot be done by our in-house mechanics. And just for example, I know I've used it before. Allegiance Fire and Rescue is proprietary to the Pierce Fire engines. Coastal International is proprietary to the International Rescues, and so forth and so on. So it's not that Councilman Lattiser is correct. They did not submit a bid on the 2027-2001A portion, but we need to have our fire apparatus fixed in a timely fashion if it's not something that we can do in-house. This request allows us to do that, and the only reason it is assigned the same bid number is because we are attaching the 56-6 vendors to the bid that was opened. They share the same principle as well as the same spending authority.
So may I respond?
Yeah, I also have a question, but go ahead.
So Christie's right. You stand corrected. It's not a bid, but it is a 56-6, which is as opposed to doing a bid. You can color this any way you want. And we can come back to the same thing that we got to have it, we got to have it, we got to have it. You don't have to have anything if you don't know what it's costing you. Now, before this item came to us, it could have been very easily reached out to these vendors who, again, chose not to bid on 2027-001A. They chose not to go through the exercise and fill out the paperwork and do whatever they got to do to get the bids in so they can be in line with everybody else who is bidding. And now we're asking, or the department is asking us to approve these vendors who didn't bid and did not provide any hourly rate. So if they're used for something, they can charge whatever hourly rate they want. And to leave it up to the department to ascertain rates after we approve it, that doesn't make any sense to me. This is something that the city council needs to say, we need to exercise financial responsibility, and we need to know how much those vendors are going to charge us per hour. We want it in writing so it can be documented.
So I had a question regarding, hold on, I gotta write down his time so I don't forget. All right, so I had a question, or I guess it's three questions. One, is there any objection to holding this? Or I guess a better way to word it, is there any urgency that this would need to be approved today?
The current bid expires on June 7th.
Yeah,
All
plenty of
right,
time.
and if it was in fact held till May 11th, does that give enough time to address what Councilman Lattiser has brought up?
I mean, there's no guarantee that.
All right, and the other part of my question was, is the 001A bid for different fire apparatus as compared to the 001B 566?
So there's certain, yes, there's certain apparatus.
So there's separate groups of apparatus.
Yes, and there's components that, so let's take, for example, on scene. There's components that they can work on that are not proprietary to the vehicle, like pump work. They're certified to do pump work, but the pump work is not, the pump is the pump. It's not proprietary. Every fire engine has a pump. But when it comes to different other aspects of fire apparatus, there are certain things that are proprietary. If our mechanics are not certified to work on, or if the workload is, like, we obviously have a lot of other vehicles that we're responsible to fix. We basically have one or two mechanics that all they work on is fire. That's it. And then the rest of the mechanics work on whatever comes through the door, primarily sanitation for the most part. It will hinder our ability to make sure that this apparatus is fixed in a timely manner. And we have a duty and responsibility to the residents of Warwick to make sure that our fire department can respond to their emergency. And just to point out one other thing, when our fire department doesn't have enough apparatus to respond to calls, they borrow from other communities. And when the other community's apparatus fails while we have it, we have to fix it. So now we're also fixing Cranston's rescue or their engine or whatever happens to be borrowed at the time. So there's a lot of different components that go into what we do in public works. And, you have to have faith in our department that we know what we're doing and we know what we're asking for.
Mr.
All right,
President.
so just so I'm clear, so the point about these need to get fixed, and without the 56.6, they won't get fixed. And I feel like it's belaboring the point, but I want to make sure I'm understanding. The 001A bid, if the 001B 56.6 doesn't go forward, the 001A can't pick up the slack because that's not to affix these apparatus in question by 001B.
Correct.
right.
The vendors that we request on the B portion are proprietary to certain
All right.
manufacturers.
All right, and then, but as you pointed out, and as the position paper points out, this doesn't expire till June, so a hold till May 11th.
July 1st.
So I'm looking at 001A. I apologize. Let me scroll
I'm
down.
sorry, yeah, June 8th.
All right. Yeah, the new contract period would be June 8th, June 7th. So current bid expires June 7th, 2026. So I don't see the harm in holding till May 11th, unless I'm missing something, and I admit I may be. this is largely based on the time right now because we got a lot to cover still. And I'm not sure we should be sitting on this particular item when it's something that can wait, again, unless I'm missing something. But I know there's two other lights and I see the
May I
director up.
follow up on the comments? Nobody's disputing the work that has to be done. Nobody's disputing that this is proprietary. Nobody's disputing that there's some of these things that our staff cannot do for whatever reason. There's no dispute with that.
No, I think your point's clear, Councilman Lattiser.
And to your question, can you get the answer to those questions by May 11th? Should be able to get the answers tomorrow. It's pick up a phone. How much is your labor rate? Send us off an email saying what your labor rate is.
Right, Councilman
This
Lattiser,
is
but
like
her,
ridiculous.
her point is that she can't force them to respond within that time frame.
So then what does that mean? That means you pay them whatever they send in?
I'm not trying to backseat driver or anything. I'm just saying like that not being able to guarantee that makes sense, at least from where I'm sitting and the field I'm in. Director?
Yeah, Eric Earls, Public Works Director. I just want to point out that this is not unique to Warwick, right? These vendors, they don't bid because they don't have to. They have plenty of work, right? It was the same issue when I was Public Works Director in Pawtucket. We needed these vendors to fix our apparatus, and they work on pieces that are proprietary. They can charge certain amounts because they are the only game in town, but their prices are fair because if they weren't, the manufacturer would lean on them to be fair because otherwise it would make it difficult for that manufacturer to continue to have product that people would want. So there is a check and balance here, and it's the manufacturer that is checking on their local vendors to be reasonable with their prices. That being said, if we come back here and say that the price is X amount per hour, how is anyone on this council going to know whether or not that's a good price? What is your expertise versus what our expertise is? And I don't mean myself, I just mean my staff, right? Because we have been doing this. If we are here to tell you that these vendors are giving us a good price, now I come back to you and say, this is the price, how are you going to know? Because we do. Right? That's my point. And we've gone through this before. There is a time when council needs to trust that we have the staff and the expertise to make these decisions. That's all.
Councilman Napa.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Director Earls and Christie. Councilman Lattiser, I agree with your points that I wish these vendors would fill out bid items and bid. But I'm also hearing from the directors that they don't bid because they don't have to, because they are the only game in town. So I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I would just, if I could, through the president to Councilman Lattiser, if they come back in 2 weeks, what do we do then if the vendor says, I'll quote you in real time what my price will be for this, whatever job you present, or they just don't respond? What then? Just so I understand what your intentions would be if they are not successful in getting the information that you want in the 2-week time that we're proposing.
May I respond?
Yep.
So then why don't we just say, don't bother coming to us at all. Do whatever you want, pay whatever you want, buy whatever you want. We don't have any accountability to the taxpayers. I am not disputing or saying that if they come to us with an hourly rate, that we're qualified to make the decision whether that's fair or equitable. I mean, if it's completely out of the stratosphere, it doesn't take a genius to know you're not going to spend crazy numbers. I'm not here to dispute it. What I'm here to say is that we need to know how much we're spending how much they're charging us per hour. There isn't one person in this chamber would go anywheres and buy anything unless you had an idea or a price of what you're going to pay. Why don't you have somebody come over and remodel your kitchen and say, oh, don't worry about it. You know, this is all proprietary cabinets. We'll send you the bill when we're done.
Chairman, I respectfully, you haven't answered my question that I asked. You did not answer the question that I actually asked you. My question again was, if we come back in 2 weeks and the company refuses to give the department heads the answers that you're looking for, which I completely agree that we need, mind you, I'm not being disputive of that point. If they don't provide it for the department heads, what is the intention at that point?
Well, then perhaps the next time something comes to us with a Peterbilt or a Ford or something that requires a specific vendor because our folks can't do it, then guess what? We don't have to buy that particular vehicle. We can buy another vehicle. If the vendor is going to be that obstinate and that cocky,
Councilman,
to say that-
I'm just focused on what's going to happen at the next meeting if they don't have that answer. That's all I'm asking from you.
and I just answered your question. So if they say, we don't care what you say, we're not going to tell you what the price is until we do the work. Fine. Then when that company or that vehicle comes back to us again for a bid, keep that in mind that you're dealing with a vendor who is that arrogant to say, we're not going to tell you what the labor rate is. I didn't say to tell me what the total is. I said what the labor rate is.
Okay.
Yeah, so future conduct, basically.
I got it. Yep. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Are you good? Councilman DeLuise?
Yes. Oh, I don't know who's up there. Christie. So you said that this bid ask was for the proprietary companies when your mechanics cannot fix a vehicle or a problem that you have.
Correct.
Then it goes out to these other experts that are in that certain particular piece of equipment.
Correct.
Correct. All right. So do you base that, what if you have like a spectacular year and everything that breaks down can be fixed by your people? So how do you, and you don't need to have any expenditures by these expert technicians. Do you base that on your prior year's spending? Like what did you spend for these proprietary mechanics like a year ago?
So as a whole, and with the two combined, we spent $83,000. With the amount of apparatus that the fire department requires us to maintain, that's nothing, which means we're doing the majority of the work in-house. We're probably doing 95% of the work in-house. So the ask for this is minimal for the amount of work that the fire trucks or ambulance get because they are in our garages every day.
Okay, so you spent 85,000, you said, last year?
83.
83,000, and that money was paid to which mechanics? The city's mechanics? Or the
That is strictly for any outside vendors we use out of that
all right, so
particular
you're
budget.
83, so that's another 17,000. That's not above, and it's not as astronomical figure.
That's like a drop
It's-
in the
it's-
bucket
yeah, it's- all
compared
right.
to, like I said, the amount of time that the apparatus spends in our garages.
Yeah, I just needed a reference point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My God. Sometimes I just have to take a quick step back on these things. We're talking about repairs to fire trucks. Fire trucks are typically in the hands of government bodies. You don't see many private individuals going around buying fire trucks and repairing fire trucks and the like. We already know we're talking about no-bid contracts because it's proprietary. So we're not exactly talking about the world's most competitive industry here. We're talking no-bid contracts dealing with apparatus that's used by government. Where have we seen problems with this before? I mean, turn on the news. It's, you see these issues with the federal government all the time. From Halliburton on forward, at least thinking from, my time when I started watching the news. So it's not exactly reassuring to me when I'm hearing from the department head that don't worry about it, City Council. You don't have the expertise to even look at this and know what you're looking at. Pardon me, I'm paraphrasing a little bit. That's just what I'm hearing. This is my impression of what I'm hearing. And effectively being told that the check here to make sure that these vendors are behaving reasonably is that the manufacturers put pressure on them. In the context of a governmental no-bid contract, I do not want to be told that what's keeping all of this reasonable for us is the generosity and good grace of big business in a highly specialized, non-competitive area. Oh yeah, big business. They're surely looking out for us, making sure that the government contracts are all incredibly reasonable. Let's stop and think about that for just a moment. Okay, yeah. I think that Councilman Lattiser is being incredibly reasonable here in saying that we need the numbers. We need to follow the process. These particular businesses don't get a free pass here. We have a process in place to try to protect the taxpayers. If we're not insisting on that, what are we even doing here reviewing these things? Let's just, just go ahead, give them the blank checks. So I'm with Councilman Lattiser on this for all of those reasons. Thank you.
All right, I see no other lights on. So, Mayor?
Just another comment. We can hold it. We can try to get the prices. We may not be able to. And then there is nothing that holds them to those prices during the year. Nothing. We have an obligation to taxpayer, but we have the same obligation, a bigger obligation to keep the public safe. If a fire truck breaks down, it has to be fixed. I don't like the situation any more than any of you. I don't like the way we have to buy fire trucks now. They're almost 2/3 more than when I first became mayor. There's a problem. There's a monopoly going on. We don't like this situation, but we have to keep the public safe. We're probably not going to have any more information next month that's going to satisfy you than you do right now. I mean, it could be $600 an hour. It could be $800 an hour if there is breaks involved. They're going to charge us what they're going to charge us, and we just don't have any choice. But we absolutely have to fix the fire trucks. There's no way around it. That's public safety is our biggest job here, to protect the public.
So clerk will please call the roll on the motion to hold till May 11th.
Snappy.
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise.
Yes.
Mr. Foley.
No.
Mr. Gephardt.
Yes.
I didn't get you. Mr. Kirby. Did you say yes? Mr. Gephardt.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Lattiser.
Yes.
Mr. Muto.
Yes.
Mr. Napa.
Yes.
Mr. Ricks.
Yes.
All right, next bid 2026-309, now PCR 51-26. My understanding is that this is favorable with the amendment. Councilman Lattiser?
Yes, the committee recommended favorable action with an amendment on PCR 51-26. The amendment at the request of the department is to increase spending authority from $57,200 to $75,165. And I would move favorable action on the amendment.
All right, so the amendment proposed, seconded by Councilman Muto. Is there any questions or, okay, no, there's not. Oh, Jeremy, your light's on. Sorry, Councilman Rick. So clerk will please call the roll on the proposed amendment.
Mr. Snappy.
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise. Mr. Foley. Mr. Gephardt.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser.
Yes.
Mr. Muto.
Yes.
Mr. Napa. Mr. Ricks.
Yes.
All right, and now as amended, Councilman Lattiser?
I'm sorry?
Can you move it as amended, please?
Yes, move PCR 51-26 as amended.
Seconded by Councilman Mito. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, clerk will please call the roll. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Next, unfinished business, PCO 13-25 sub A, an ordinance amending procedures relative to transfer of tax title to property. This is ordinance. Councilman Napa.
This matter was requested favorable action in committee.
All right. So for action, Councilman Napa.
Motion to move favorable action.
Seconded by anybody? Councilman Muto. All right. Is there any further discussion? Please keep in mind we discussed this at length. All right. Councilman Foley. No lights. All right. So to which part?
Call the question before we make sure debate is complete.
That's why I looked up first. I'm sorry?
Two-thirds vote. I'll withdraw if everyone makes sure that they don't have.
Look, I'm happy to make sure there's no further questions. I'm not trying to rush. If someone has a question, yes. Oh, I apologize. He objected because he was worried that somebody actually had a question, which is fine. Does anyone have a question or comment they wish to make that they didn't have a chance to make otherwise? All right, seeing none, Councilman Lattiser.
So I just want to go on the record that I still object to moving forward with this for all the reasons that I had stated in committee. And I still don't know where all of these deletions and additions are pertinent.
All right, so returning to the motion to move the previous question.
move
I
the
guess there's
question
no
for
lights
favorable
on, so we just go to the normal motion to vote. So clerk, please call the roll on the motion for favorable action. Yes.
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 Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. Muno?
No.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
All right, unless there's any objection, I want to skip to PCO 6-26 because PCO 5-26 is contingent on a different item that's much later on the agenda. So PCO 6-26 under new business, an ordinance amending section 60-500 of the Code of Ordinances to provide flexibility in city OPEB contributions that would exceed those matching employee contributions for the period until the state reimbursement on school construction debt service begins. Councilman Lattiser, this was financed. My understanding, it came into the full council with no recommendation, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and we haven't had public comment on it yet. Unless someone really wants to go first, I'd like the public to be able to speak after the administration does. So that way, if someone's been sitting here this whole time to speak on it, they can weigh in. So first, administration, please.
Council President, if you don't have any objection, we'd be happy to let the resident speak first if she wants to leave.
The only reason why I suggested you all is so that if any of them were unclear on it, that would give your explanation would provide clarity.
I'm not sure how much clarity I'm going to lend, but Bill Vicente, Chief of Staff. So this is an ordinance that allows the city, how it's written right now, any reduction in the pension contributions through the actuary's recommendation, if there's a reduction, that reduction is then put into the OPEB trust. What the city is asking is to amend the ordinance to allow the city the flexibility in not making the OPEB contribution based on the actuary's recommendation, but based on the OPEB paid by the employee as a match. Until such time as the city receives full reimbursement from the school projects that are under construction right now. Right now, we're facing, as everyone knows, millions of dollars in debt payments that are coming up in 2027. I believe it's to the tune of $15.8 million in 2027. So this money that the actuary has been telling us for years that we're going to be facing a reduction in the municipal pension contribution due to the performance of the plan and the actuary's analysis and our investments. They're very well funded. We're estimating approximately $5 million that we do not have to make into the pension contribution. So by ordinance, that would then need to go into the OPEB trust. So what we're asking is that we're allowed to not make that deposit into the OPEB trust, but to allow that to help with our 2027 budget to compensate for the increase in the debt service, most of which is from the schools.
So
Originally, when we proposed the ordinance, we couldn't anticipate at the time employee contribution into the OPEB fund. That wasn't under contract yet. We didn't anticipate the school department have a $10 million deficit. We didn't anticipate a lot of things. We just want to defer this payment rather than going into the OPEB trust for now until we start getting the balloon payment and the full reimbursement from the schools. That will enable us to not keep dipping into the fund balance to a tune of $5 million a year. We don't want to get the fund balance too low, which would jeopardize our credit rating, our bond rating, which would cost us more borrowing. And we don't want to run out of the money because the strategy has been all along to use our fund balance, which is around $31 million, to offset our growing debt service with the schools until we get reimbursed, full reimbursement. We're going to get a balloon payment the first 2 years. I think it's about $21 million, which would replenish the rainy day fund, the fund balance. And they're going to start paying us roughly 50% of our debt service. So once the schools are completed, times are a lot better, but we have to get there. That's why we're proposing this now. As I said, we would you would either have to go over the 4% cap or dip into the fund balance. Is the only way to get it done right now. Starting this coming budget year, we have $15.8 million in debt service, not just for the high schools, it's also for the previous $94 million in bonds.
So, Ms. Komar, even though I said your name, could you just please introduce yourself?
All right, thank you, Mayor. Well, I thank the mayor for answering some questions at our short break. So we have the $50 million bond and another 40 that went to other schools besides the two new high school construction projects. So then the two new high schools are $350 million bond. So all these projects, the mayor told me, have to be completed before we get ride reimbursement. So a lot of deadlines here. And we're all looking at minimizing the taxpayers' liability. And it's all numbers game and financing. That's what we're all looking at right now. So the clock has started because the mayor told me that they have paid some debt service back. So this can take an effect and freeze, we'll take the OPEB contribution money and put it towards this debt for the school construction. So we can do that now. How I had this question about, are we taking from one pocket to the other, and do we need a physical note? Because I do recall the consultant, Mr. Newton, making an adjustment to our liabilities and penciling out $100 million or $100,000 million. So he reduced our obligation liabilities to the city, the taxpayers. So we're further behind by taking this $5 million. So what's the big picture here? This is why we need an auditor or somebody that's looking at the whole thing. We know the school department has said several times that they're not looking at the financing. They're passing that on to the city to maintain how the bond is being paid back. They're just worried about school construction costs, the contract addendums for construction coming in, their budget coming into the city. So I don't know how we're making out as from the taxpayer standpoint when we're just taking a pencil across our obligations for OPEB, which by city ordinance, we're supposed to be, until that's zero, we're supposed to be contributing that every year. It says right in the ordinance. Well, we're not doing that. So we're going to be in violation of our own ordinance, plus that $100 million out of the line item for obligation. What if somebody, and I know investors that are favorable to buying municipal bonds, do they really have a clear picture of what works worth? We just penciled out a lot of obligations in a stroke. So my whole purpose is to minimize the taxpayers' burden on the schools, the other bonds that get lumped together so we can get reimbursed by RIDE, our OPEB obligations. How does this all come together? And I can only see by asking a physical note and how this all works, because I haven't had the answers for the big picture yet. That's what I am asking for tonight. Thank you.
All right, do any other members of the public wish to speak on this item? All right, so it was almost a tie, but Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Mr. President. So in full disclosure, I want to say that at my request last week, the council president and myself met with the chief of staff and Mayor Picozzi because I wanted to know what's going to happen with this $5.7 million that Joe Newton had put out there. Now, arguably, the number can float from 5 million to 5.7. Today, let me back up. At the end of that meeting, it sounded like a good idea. I said, okay, you're not going to put 5 million into the OPEB trust fund, which for those of you who were on the council back in the day, you know I objected to it then. I think that whole thing is a shell game. It's been manipulated. It has been withheld. Joe Newton said we need to fund it $13 to $15 million a year. He was just here. So we continue now with, okay, now I find out today that this 5-something million is going to go to reduce the school bond debt. To Ms. Comar's comments regarding for a minimal contribution to OPEB, the actuaries reduced our obligation or liability by approximately $150 million. Mr. Cushman has been telling us this forever, but let's not listen to him. But it seems as though the numbers come back. So here we are. We go from, oh, we got to do this, to, oh, we can't pay for it because we don't have 13 to $15 million we can put in every year, to now we're not going to have to put in $5 million a year because we've reached a certain benchmark, and we're going to use that elsewhere. What happens when all of these obligations come to be? How about what are we talking, 12 million a year when the bond comes due for the two schools? You get 12 million a year for that. We've got 13 to 15 million for OPEB. That is miraculously going to pay for itself in a very short time. We've heard that the numbers state that you're not going to get a break even on this for at least 10 years or more. That's if you're funding it at the full capacity, which we never have, nor are we going to be able to do so. So now this does not make sense to me any longer, where we're going to take this pension monies to pay down the school bond. Why don't we come up with a $5 million reduction in the budget and pay for the school bond that way? And use the $5 million that we have here and now for more taxpayer benefit. So we don't fund it this year. Next year, we don't particularly necessarily have to fund it either. So how does that work in the formula? If you don't put money into the pot this year, does that mean you're going to have to put more money in next year? Does the plan continue to perform at 85% funded if you don't put in the money that you're supposed to put in? That's how it got to 85% funded. But let's not worry about that. Let's, deal with that at another day. Let's let another city council deal with that. This is the problem that I have with government. It's, okay, not going to happen on my watch. And I'm not suggesting that's the attitude or the thought process of anyone in this chamber, but it's the reality. May not happen on my watch or your watch, but these problems are going to happen on some taxpayers' watch. But let's just forget about funding it. And let's let the debt continue to increase, and we're not going to worry about, let me rephrase that, and we'll deal with it as the day of reckoning comes. Well, the day of reckoning comes when you can't pay your bills. And when you can't pay your bills, that's when people end up in serious financial trouble. They don't have the opportunity to just pass it on to the taxpayers. I think what needs to happen, and I would suggest this, is that this city council demands a complete reorganization of this OPEB plan. Complete reorganization. Because to me, right now, this is nothing more than a shell game. We have issues going on. Oh, by the way, we're going to put in 2% if they put in 2% and somebody else puts in 2%. It's funny how contracts can be influenced by somebody, but they can't be influenced by someone else. So I'm going to yield, Mr. President, to my colleagues, to the administration. And oh, by the way, something else. And admittedly, I did not request it at the meeting that we had last week, which was the fiscal note. Today at 3:20 in the afternoon, we received a fiscal note. I didn't happen to see it till about 4:15. So are we expected to digest and analyze this fiscal note? 2 meetings ago, I was challenged on the floor because I wanted to make amendments And oh, that's not a good idea because we need to have time to digest it. We're talking about a $6 million item right here in a fiscal note that just came to us at 3:20. So, yep. There's a different spin that has made me rethink my position on this. I yield, Mr. President.
And just so we know, as far as timing is concerned, so the fiscal note was provided within 1 business day of it being requested, right? Hold on. There's, yes, I'm not asking to argue. I'm just letting you know information that you may not have known. Within 1 business day of it being requested, it was provided.
I believe that the ordinance requires a fiscal note to
I'm
come to
not
us
fighting any of
7
that.
days
I'm just
prior.
letting you know because you said, wow, I got it so late. I'm just saying it was provided within 1 business day. That's all. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. A few years ago, the city council at the time went ahead and approved a new plan deviating from the 40-year plan. Don't worry, it'll be fine. We'll just increase the payments by this amount every year, and that'll take care of all of these long-term underfunded liabilities. The whole point of making these contributions is so that we take advantage of compound interest. I see some very reassuring things in the fiscal notes, stating about how the liability in the space of 4 years has come down as to OPEB by $99 million. Well, I know we haven't contributed $99 million to it. I know that the contributions plus gains haven't equaled $99 million. I mean, really, it's for someone, if someone were looking at that for the very first time and not aware of the accounting methodology, that would be, well, I won't go there. Suffice to say that if we don't put in that, say, $5 million amount this year, we are not going to get the gains of having had that $5 million invested. So we're going to have to make up that amount plus the amount that we missed out on the gains on top of it at some future point. When is that future point going to be exactly? I mean, that amount represents basically a 2.5% tax increase, more or less, even before factoring in the lost gains. So that would be pretty tricky to make up in any political environment. Nobody wants to see the city dip further into the rainy day fund, and that would just really just be shooting ourselves in the foot, because then we'd wind up paying a lot more in interest rates, and that leads to, no polite way to put it, leads to a death spiral. We can't have our interest rates get out of control on all of this debt. The other alternative here, aside from kicking the can down the road and hurting ourselves in the long term like that, would be to go ahead and ask the taxpayers, most likely, for a tax increase of greater than 4% to the degree that we can't reasonably find ways to find savings, make cuts. I don't have the optimism. I don't have that optimism to think that we're going to find that kind of money without very severe cuts. And I know that there are some different ideas out there. I won't talk about those because those are not currently the items on the agenda. Whether or not those would be acceptable, that's a whole nother conversation. But either way, it puts us in an incredibly difficult position, and it becomes a question, okay, do we face the pain now or do we face the pain later? And that pain later is going to continue to compound and grow. So I don't really see out of these options a good choice. I only see which of these is the least bad option. And I say, out of all of the options, the least bad option is let's tackle the problem right now. Since we didn't tackle it years ago, let's tackle it now because it's only going to get worse and harder to deal with in the future. And at some point, it's going to become impossible to deal with. So let's tackle it before it becomes impossible. Thank you.
And so I think because it's so late, none of us motioned one way or another, but because this came with no recommendation from the committee. So we first need to entertain a motion for favorable or unfavorable so that we can actually continue this discussion. So does anyone wish to motion one way or another on this?
Move favorable action.
Motion made for favorable action. Is there any second? Seconded by Councilman Foley. I apologize. As far as I'm concerned, that's on me. So, all right, carrying on to the next slide. Councilman Mito.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do agree with what Councilman Ricks was saying. This isn't a new problem that has come up all of a sudden. And this is something that has quite frankly been one of my biggest irritants is we're always at a point to vote for a bad choice or a worse choice. And this is one of these scenarios. The bond was approved by the voters, I don't have the exact dates, but let's just say 5 years ago. It got approved by the city council 4 years ago. And again, I'm spitballing here. And then we started going out to buy these bonds. Most reasonable municipalities start planning what is needed at that time to build up to tackle what the interest payments would be. We're being asked to raid a OPEB system that has been under question for several years. And I personally have been questioning the validity of a lot of the data and what the benefits are. I have a very difficult time reconciling coming here less than a month before our budget for next year, looking for additional flexibility, and that's our only option. I would prefer if there were other options such as budget cuts, proposed budget cuts, some shared cost savings. But the lack of planning is also one of the reasons why, in the past we bring up, let's do some financial planning for the city. My challenge here, both to the administration, to the schools, and to the council, because we're guilty of it also, is we've had time to plan what these payments would have been. This didn't sneak up on us. Yes, we've debated it over and over and over again, but financially, all of a sudden we wake up in May of 2026 and say, oops, we need more money that we didn't plan for. If you're buying a home and you need a down payment, you're going to work for 5 years to make that down payment. You're not going to go, well, maybe you do go to your rich uncle and get it right away, but we don't have a rich uncle in this city. We are asking a financial instrument that has been heavily debated on this council floor, and a lot of mixed emotions on it, and a lot of mixed feelings, and quite frankly, a lot of mixed perceptions of what it really is. And now we're asking to rate it for 2 to 3 years. And what is the plan of paying that back and making up, to Councilman Rick's point, the compounded interest that we're going to be losing? What is the trade-off of making the payments through savings and tax dollars versus the opportunity cost and the future value of money by not making these payments? Those are the types of analysis that would help make a solid decision, instead of, hey, I need the flexibility, without other types of concessions or ideas for paying our bills. I do think, and I hear people all the time, people on the council say, "Oh, see, we haven't crashed yet. We haven't crashed yet." If that is our bar, is we haven't crashed yet, and we're looking in the mirror and saying, "Oh, we don't really have the cash flow to pay our bills. However, we can raid from Peter to pay Paul," without a plan, I'm really challenged at the approach we're taking without other alternatives. I know we're at a point where we probably have no other option but to do something like this, but I would personally like to see other work be made to our budget to see if we can shave a little bit here and there. Thank you.
Mayor?
A couple of comments. First of all, the fiscal note was completed at 3 o'clock today because we needed the information from the actuary, and that's when it came in. We started working on it immediately when we received it. Councilman Ricks, I think you're confusing the amortization with OPEB, because we didn't stop funding and it's not pay-go. The actuary said we could stop putting in $1.1 million per year. We still pay over $18 million, he said, because we were overfunding it, and we couldn't get it back out. That's why we did it. And Councilman Muto, we have planned for this. We took a $23 million fund balance when I started 5 years ago. We built it up to a high of $35 million. That was always meant to pay this debt. What we're trying to do here with the $5 million is not let that fund get too low. I mean, we started the OPEB trust. There was nothing there. We take it very seriously. We're trying to deal with it. We're in a situation now, we can raise taxes that are going to make it very unaffordable for people in these times, or we can dip into that rainy day fund and possibly deplete it or get down where our bond rating is going to fall. It's a cushion. We have to get through 4 years. When we get to the 4th year, if they get them built on time, I know someone was going to say it, but I share that, but we get the balloon payments from the state. It's going to total $21 million over 2 years. That will replenish our rainy day fund, and we start getting close to half, maybe a little bit more than half reimbursement. So 4 years from now is a very different picture than now. We have planned for this. It's the only way we could plan for it. Cuts to the budget are going to cut services. I don't see where you would cut it. Maybe laying off staff, that's been done before. People did not like that. Not being able to pick up yard waste, not being able to clean parks, picking up trash once a week. Every other week, things like that. You're going to take something away from the residents to pay the taxes we charge them. This solution, it's deferring the money until reimbursement comes. It's just the only thing that makes sense to me right now.
Councilman Nappo?
Thank you, Council President. Through the President to the administration, is just so I'm clear on that, I've heard a few different things and I'm getting a little bit confused. Looking at the fiscal note, looking at the ordinance, we're going to defer any payments into the OPEB trust above and beyond what the match would be to the city,
Yes.
from the city employees. That the $5 million that appears in the fiscal note that we were provided today, is that a total over the next 4 years that you just said, or is that $5 million per year over 4 years equaling $20 million that we're deferring?
Per year, it's a ongoing savings.
So
it's not a one-time savings on.
So we're deferring $20 million into the trust?
Yes, in different payments, yes.
And so in 2030 is when we're looking to.
We don't necessarily have to put the $5 million. I believe that's the way it's written. It can be deferred up to that, right? Should something happen where we didn't need to put as much money into the budget, the difference could go into the OPEB trust.
Discretionary, okay. So
It's-
worst
it's a
case
lot-
scenario,
it's a lot of
this is like a
flexibility.
worst case scenario of, we could potentially be looking at approving deferring a $20 million deposit into the OPEB trust over the next 4 years.
Yes.
Is the language in the amendment doesn't seem to reflect the fact that we would be putting that $20 million back in at any point. It's just foregone.
No, that's gone, right.
I think that's where it becomes an issue for me, and I understand the mathematics of this, but I don't know, we weren't in the negotiating room, any of us, but I don't know what those conversations and negotiations look like with the unions. I would tend to think that maybe the city or administration or someone made a promise to the employees that we were going to make certain levels of contributions.
So as a point of clarification, we will still be making our promised employee match contributions
Yes,
on
yes.
the city side.
Absolutely.
That still will be happening.
This is not going to dig into what was contractually
No. We
negotiated.
have to match the employee contributions. That should say, it says it in there somewhere.
Yeah, it says the match, but
Section C, right?
yeah, it says that we won't be going any lower than what the match. We would still do the match. It's a tough bill, 20 million that we're supposed to be doing. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Lattiser, bear in mind you only have a couple minutes left for your time.
So that number, to Councilman Napper's point about 20 million, based upon the number that Joe Newton said for this year, if that number is the same, you could be talking more like 22 to 23 million. The big question here is, who's paying the interest that's going to be lost on that 20 to 22 million? Who's paying that interest? Nobody. But Mayor, you have said on a couple of occasions this evening that the choice is to use this money instead of having to draw down on the rainy day fund. Are you suggesting that if
You have 1 minute left, Councilman.
if that 5 million, whatever it is used to pay the interest on the bonds, that there will not be a tax increase this year?
No.
Okay. So in addition to using 5 million plus to pay down the bond, we're still looking at a tax increase
Well,
on top of the 5 million,
when the budget's done, we'll know exactly.
which I think is going to the point of Councilman Muto's comments to understand, where we are financially. Thank you.
All right, so because we are,
Also, I should add that we use our fund balance for investments also. So the less we have, the less we have to invest. So it works both ways.
so due to Rule 21, I need someone to request to waive ending the meeting at midnight under Rule 21 so that we can continue this topic.
Motion to waive the
All right, and now,
requirements stuff.
so the next part is it has to be unanimous. So does anyone have an objection to continuing this item? Yeah, continuing the discussion that we're having right now, right? Okay. So this shall not be, this just says waiver of the rule requires unanimous consent. I defer to Solicitor Walsh elsewise.
Under Rule 21, we have a midnight curfew. It requires unanimous consent to make any amendment to that curfew. So yes, you could give a limited extension of discussion as long as all 9 of you agree.
All right, so as the movement, do you have a particular time? There's like additional amount of time that we add clocking like half an hour.
Is this to finish the entire, as much of the docket as we can, or just to finish this one thing?
It's to your pleasure, really, at this point. Ideally, everything, but it's whatever we get to within
All
the
right, so
time we get to.
let's keep the meeting open until 1. Any objection to that?
All right, so the request was to put it till 1. There appears to be no objection to that from any members of the council.
Did you say till 1 o'clock, Councilman?
1 o'clock PM.
I'm cool with that.
Already. So, Councilman Lattiser,
AM.
you have 20 seconds left, but I think you were done for now, as far as your point. So if you want to make a motion to suspend the rules in that regard. Oh, I'm sorry, what? Got it. So, sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
My motion right now is to suspend the rules on the time of discussion. This is too valuable and too important for the city to limit somebody to 10 minutes. We're here till 1 o'clock. Let's get the discussion out on the table. That's my motion.
Is that unanimous consent? All right, is there any objection to waiving the 10-minute rule for the purposes of this particular discussion? There is an objection.
Then I object to staying.
We already did that motion though, and it was already decided on. You can't go back to it and then object.
We didn't vote on it.
There was no objection, so we moved on. Don't be petty, come on.
No.
He's allowed to do that.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. And I'm requesting a vote.
On which thing are you requesting to vote on now?
Staying till 1 o'clock. If someone wants.
There was already a motion made. There was unanimous consent with no objection. We moved on. Then you made a motion for something else, which is fine. You're allowed to do that. You can't say now I didn't get my way on that one, so now I'm going to want to go back to the other one. That's not fair to your fellow council members.
I object and I challenge the ruling. We could all make this easy. Requires a 2/3 vote.
A point of order.
All right, so according to Solicitor Walsh, Rule 20.
Rule 17 and regarding the member's time can be independently waived or amended by a majority vote. Separate and apart from Rule 21, which speaks to waiver of this rule, meaning Rule 21 requires UC. So the two requests are segmentable. So in this instance,
All right, so that means the Rule 20 request requires majority vote, so we should basically, oh, sorry, I'm looking at the any citizen, my apologies. You're absolutely right. That's why I was,
Councilman Muto would like to make a motion to waive the 10-minute provision of Rule 17.
I want to make that motion.
all right, so motion made, seconded by Councilman Latter. Is there any discussion regarding the request to waive the 10-minute rule under Rule 17, which requires majority voice vote? Is there any discussion? All right, so can we do a verbal? So all in favor of waiving the time limit for Rule 17, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. So it sounded like 2 were against. Okay, so majority rules, the 10-minute rule is waived. Is that a no? I didn't hear. I apologize. Apologize. All right, so that's 3. Yeah, all right. So clerk will please call the roll on it.
Mr. Sinapi?
No.
Mr. DeLuise? No. Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
No.
Mr. Kirby?
No.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
4-5, motion fails.
All right, so currently before us is we have until 1 to get through whatever we can get through. The 10-minute rule still currently applies. No one has actually hit their time limit yet. We're again on PCO 6-26. Councilman Napa, are you waiting to speak on this? Or okay, I apologize. Councilman Napa?
Just had one more question through the council president to the administration. Just listening to what Councilman Lattiser had said, so we're looking at deferring or eliminating this $5 million contribution, still looking at a tax increase depending on what the budget looks like, and that tax increase would include a dip into the rainy day fund? It would, okay. And I'm assuming we won't know what that is until we finish reconciliation of the budget?
Yes, but we will be going into the fund balance. We have to. We have $15.8 million in debt service.
Okay. All of those things taken into context, is the city going to re-examine what we're doing for, it's after midnight, when we buy vehicles and we make large purchases and we allocate it across X amount of years? Stop making large capital investments on, at least, or tailoring back some of our large capital investments over the next few years so that we stop accruing more debt over the next couple of years until we get back on the rails here.
Okay, it's after midnight. I'm trying to absorb what you just said. Capital improvements, most of what the capital improvements we're doing now is on lease purchase program, which is already in the budget. We're not going above what we, then can you explain that better?
Last year, in the budget, you approved $3.8 million of lease purchase. I haven't gone out to bid yet for that component of debt. It is in the budget for repayment for next year's system, and then you'll be presented with a new capital budget.
We're somewhat diverging off of the topic.
So you've committed to some capital purchases through last year's process through the lease purchase program. Next year in the budget, there will be less presented to you for your approval.
That's what I was asking.
I mean, the city needs to continue purchasing things like police vehicles.
Recognizing that the city does need to continue to purchase and replenish things that need to go out of stock, are we going to become more conservative over the next few years than we were this year? Because this year was certainly a fair amount of larger purchases.
Councilman Napa,
this
Solicitor Walsh
speaks directly to this.
Keeps telling me it's not. He keeps saying, "Look, we're not supposed to be talking about the budget. We're supposed to be talking about OPEB."
We're talking about a financial impact overall to the city.
I understand. I'm not disagreeing. I'm the advice of our council. I'm regurgitating. I don't know what to tell you.
I respectfully disagree. So, in order to decide whether or not we can make a cutback like this and that this sort of plan makes sense, I think it only speaks to the fact that we should look at what the city's intentions are as a whole. We're also talking about dipping into the rainy day fund and increasing tax burden. So I think that conversation stems other portions of the conversation that are inclusive in said budget. That said, I appreciate your input. I hear you. I hope that we can continue to,
Every year we get more conservative, and then I wonder how on earth we're getting more conservative.
Appreciate
I've done a lot
that.
of these budgets now.
I agree.
It's a hard balance
tough
between, the taxpayers asked for new schools, and we need to do that.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilman Gephardt.
All right. Sorry, it's late. Okay. We don't have, this is not an ideal choice, right? We support funding OPEB in a proactive way, and we've all been marching towards that. So in a lot of ways, this is a deviation from the plan that we've been on. I was here several years ago, and some of us were when Mr. Newton presented the kind of terming off of, the pension plans being in good standing and our ability to make less of a payment into those pensions, and advise routing that into the OPEB trust to, obviously increase the principal value there and let it grow over time. But the facts on the field have changed. There's, I think, always been maybe not a spoken or a voted on plan, but a perception that, we have this artificial 4 or 5 year time frame where our debt service is I already said artificial, but it's artificially higher than it actually is, because the state withholds the pay-go interest reimbursement until the project is done. So there's X5-ish million additional dollars that we need to contribute in each of those years that is actually being reimbursed in full. If the state were able to pay that pay-go pay that interest as we go, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation, because that $5 million would be covered by the reimbursement, and we'd be moving forward without this. However, we have to wait. So I know the mayor has said publicly over time that, we would shore up the next 4 or 5 years by dipping into the fund balance, and to bridge that gap, right? Because if we raise taxes to the point that it covers this sort of artificial debt service, then when we get to the end, when the state reimburses us, now we will have raised taxes beyond where they need to be. All that said, the part about this whole plan that makes me uncomfortable, is, we've been moving towards, goosing the OPEB funding with the relief on various pension plans. So we won't do that. And I think there's good justification as to why we would take this approach right now. But there is no date certain in this proposed ordinance as to when we would replenish those payments. And don't come at me with replenish the payments with interest, et cetera. I don't think we're in a position to do that, but we should at least be repaying the principal back to, essentially, we're borrowing it from ourselves, but we should at least be repaying the principal. And so if we're saying, hey, over the next 4 years, we need $5 million a year to pay this artificially high, interest payment that the state is actually reimbursing us for. We don't want to take the $5 million out of the rainy day fund just straight away, because it's going to make the rainy day fund look small and it might impact our credit rating. So we'll take the $5 million a year from where we were going to defer it or we're going to put it into the OPEB trust fund, and we'll use it to make these short-term debt obligations. Fine. But when the state pays us the $20 million in interest, reimburses us for the $20 million of interest, at that point, we should make a commitment in this ordinance that all of those funds go directly into the OPEB trust fund. Now, the impact of that is much larger, because obviously if you put the $5 million in today, the impact of that $5 million, 20 years from now, losing this 5 years is material. But we do have to make some decisions here and life is imperfect, and we weren't anticipating having, on the school side, a big budget shortfall that we're also going to be paying down out of the budget and out of the rainy day, et cetera. So all that to say that I think this is imperfect. I would feel better if we amended it to have a date certain that said when the state starts reimbursing us for their share of the interest, that we immediately put that directly into the OPEB trust fund. Is it perfect? No. But does it at least help us still keep in the direction that, we've all kind of mutually been headed? Yes. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser, you have 20 seconds. 20 seconds. This is a nice try.
So, do we hear what we're saying here? We're saying, so let's take out a $20 million loan to pay off a $20 million credit card. That's what we're saying. And at the end of 4 years, okay, we're going to get the 20 million back with no interest. That's what we're saying.
So, Councilman, it's your time if you want to.
That's it.
Okay. I figured. Sorry, I was trying to wait till the end. I hope I achieved it. All right. Councilman Gebhardt, your light's still on. Or is that just a leftover? Got it. All right. Councilman Napa?
Councilman Gebhardt, were you suggesting an amendment? I just seemed like you may have been, or were you suggesting that?
I may have been circling around an amendment. I'm happy to offer an amendment if that is desired.
Would something to that nature be palatable to the administration?
I'm sorry.
So Councilman Gebhardt had alluded to feeling more comfortable with this amendment if there was some commitment in the amendment codified that when reimbursements start, that we make a diligent effort to replenish what we're foregoing.
Okay, I can read a brief amendment. So the amendment would be: there's a current paragraph, subsection C, that says during the period of time when the city makes any debt, blah blah blah, through the end of that paragraph. The amendment would be to add one sentence to the end of that paragraph that says, any amounts so reduced shall be repaid to the OPEB trust after the state begins full reimbursement of the debt service payment, and in no event later than 1 year from the commencement of such reimbursement. So, in effect, saying when the state starts to repay the city for their share of the interest, which we are fronting for them, that upon commencement of them starting to pay us, that we then repay those funds to the OPEB trust.
All right, and so Mayor or whomever, any thoughts on that? And I would suggest that there's two parts. You have the time frame in which to do it and the mandate to replenish.
Okay, I like the concept. I'm going to ask if we can come back to the next meeting after we consider that. I'm not trying to be, it's just very important. We have to look at the time frame, how much it'll be, because the debt service is $15.8 million this year, but it's going to escalate for the next 3. So we have to see how it would be affected. You may not be able to pay it all back in 1 year. That's just kind of what I want to look at. You may have to amortize it over 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, this is only referring to the funds
that we don't put in.
So any amounts so reduced. So reduced refers to in your existing paragraph where you say the city may, at its discretion, reduce its payments to the OPEB trust. So if you were meant to put in 5 million this year and you put in 0, so reduced refers to 5 million. So all the other stuff, don't worry about it. It's the amount you were meant to put in. We're just essentially putting that on the balance sheet, putting it over here, writing an IOU, and as soon as you start to recoup those funds, you owe that first creditor is the OPEB trust to get repaid.
I'll second Councilman Gebhardt's motion or amendment for discussion.
Okay,
I thought we were already talking about it.
kind of, yeah. But Councilman Napa?
So I think since we're talking about likely $20 million over this next four years, I'd like to make a motion to hold to allow the administration to come back with
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I was just saying, since we're talking about $20 million over the next 4 years, I'd like to make a motion to hold to allow the administration to come up with a plan to see how we can amortize that reasonably and come up with a happy medium.
Wait a minute.
No, I think
repayment schedule.
I think it's a very good plan. I really do. We just have to make it realistic. Because if you lock us into a year and we can't quite do it in a year, it might have to be 2. We'd have to address it again then. Because I'm not sure how much we're going to have to put in every year. And bear in mind, we still have to match the employee contribution.
Mr. President, I seconded a motion. You have a motion on the floor, you have a second. I seconded it for discussion. So I would like to have the opportunity for discussion on the proposed amendment.
The one that the administration wants held anyway.
The motion that Councilman Gebhardt made
I know.
for an amendment,
I'm
I
aware.
seconded it for discussion. I want to have discussion on his amendment.
So, Solicitor, as far as this, whether or not the new time limit kicks in or not, I don't have a concrete answer. So fresh item, so yes.
So my discussion is really simple with this. And I'm not suggesting that Councilman Gebhardt's idea is misplaced, but I want to remind the council members, I think the only one that's sitting here is Councilman Ricks. When the fire department contract was approved for the Boston schedule, which was supposed to save us $600,000 in the first year, and if it did not, it could be canceled at the end of the first year. But someone had to follow that. And admittedly, I did not follow it. And I don't think anyone else obviously followed it. And it actually was brought to our attention by Mr. Cody when he said, you had an opportunity to stop it because it didn't produce a savings of $600,000. My point is, who is going to be here in 4 years to monitor this with all good intentions? Who is going to be here? And is anyone going to be aware of it? Like what I just talked to you about? It's not condemning or criticizing anyone for not remembering. I didn't remember. I didn't mark my calendar to check it. We don't even know if any of us are going to be here in 4 years. So while it's all good intended, those would be the reasons why I would vote no on that amendment, because there may not be any of us here to follow through on that.
But it would still be an ordinance.
Right. That's the difference.
Yeah, I mean, the nature of this stuff is that it's
I didn't hear who
long.
said
He
what.
said there would still be an ordinance, the mayor said, and my point was,
It's the law.
yes, all this stuff is very long-term by the nature of it. You're not wrong to say, yeah, we might not be here, so how are we going to monitor it? And absolutely true, but it's just the reality of this, the nature of this topic.
I understand that, Mr. President, but the reality of this, when this type of an action is taken and there is no one monitoring it, or it's not possible to monitor it, or the same people not even here, then it's a failure. This is different than making a 3-year contract commitment that we may not be here to follow. This is something very, very different. We're talking about a $20 million commitment to a fund that, while it's well-intended now, to very well not be anyone here that remembers to do it or is here to do it.
Councilman Gebhardt?
I'm confused. Is it the same or is it different? Because you started by saying it's the same as the whatever firefighter thing, but nowhere in ordinance did it say that on a certain date after a certain amount of time that it would expire. That's what this says. Within 1 year from when the state starts making the debt service payments, we must pay the money back to the OPEB trust. That's not the example that you gave. The example that you gave said it could be reviewed if someone was paying attention, but apparently the folks who were here at that time weren't paying attention.
Right.
So it's completely different as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and bear in mind, every year we'd have to budget this accordingly, so at any point, this could come up.
Can I add one more thing back to
Councilman Gebhardt?
that? Before that exchange, the mayor was saying we need some time to analyze. The other thing to just ponder here is that we know it's 5 million this year that we're not paying in because the actuary has looked at the pension balances and the actuarial data and said 5 million is what you need to pay in based on the state of the data. We don't know what the number is for a year from now because the actuarial data will change, the returns of the pension will change, and it will be a different number for next year. So it could be higher or it could be lower. So we don't know exactly what it would be, but you could estimate something close to what the number would be, and we could monitor it as it goes. But I just wanted to close on that thought. Thank you.
All right, so I would suggest that somebody move to hold. I heard we had a motion for back to. All right, so
do I need to withdraw my motion? I'll withdraw my motion.
So there's a request to hold, motion to hold, and second it. Is there any discussion on the motion to hold? All right, pardon?
511.
This brings up a good point. Are we going to hold till 11th or next week and have a special? Because just so everyone knows, my intent as of now is if we don't finish.
I would suggest next week.
Pardon?
I would suggest next week.
So are you saying 5/11? May 11th?
Yeah, I mean, we need this information to finalize the budget.
So then you're suggesting 5/4 then would be Monday. That would be my intended special meeting date.
Okay, I don't know what today's date is, so if you say 5/4.
Yeah, a week from today. My apologies.
I know tomorrow's my anniversary. I remember that one.
Monday, May 4th?
Well, actually, today is.
Oh, happy anniversary, babe. Congratulations. Thank you.
All right, so my suggestion would be to hold it just till the next meeting.
Hold it till the
which is May
next
4th.
meeting. Leave it bland until we can figure out what date that might be.
You could make the announcement to hold it to the next meeting or a special election that may be called
Special meeting?
sooner.
Special election.
Gives you the flexibility. So the next meeting that's on the calendar is May 11th, but subject to any special that may be called in whatever the varying ways that we're eligible to call that, should someone call that or somebody call that.
All right, so does that work as far as for your motion? Because I don't want to.
Yeah, let's
All right,
just
so
hold it
does
till
that work
those
for your
times.
second, Councilman Ladison?
If it works for Councilman Napa.
All right, so now the motion before us is the motion to hold till May 4th.
May 4th.
No.
I thought we said May 11th.
Hold it until.
Next meeting.
May 11th or a special meeting that may precede it if such happens.
Next meeting.
Yes.
Sorry.
That's okay.
All right.
So moved.
I was on the wrong page at one time tonight, too.
I was going to say, is there any discussion on that? And I think Councilman DeLuise has something.
No, I just want a clarification. Did we approve the amendment?
No.
Okay, so we're holding this whole thing.
Yep.
Okay.
It will
All right.
basically come back and restart the discussion with the amendment before us.
Okay, that's good.
We'll craft the amendment and get it out immediately.
And
So we
then-
can have some back and forth.
Your light's on. Do you have further discussion on the hold? All right, so no lights on. There's a motion to hold before us.
Call the question.
I was just going to do the normal procedure. Is there any objection to holding as motioned? All right, seeing none, so held. Next is, hold on, I want to make sure. So if I got all these notes now. PCO 11-26, an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances to eliminate the Personnel Hearing Board and provide appeals to the City Personnel Director. This is ordinance, and there was no recommendation, so we're gonna, and there was no public input, so we're gonna first ask for public input. But Councilman Napa, so ordinance, I guess all you can say is no recommendation, because there isn't any recommendation on this item. Do we need a motion before we allow the public to?
Move to hold to May 11th.
Which one are we on? PCO 5-26?
Second.
How you said it, that got me.
I just seconded Councilman DeLuise's motion to hold to May 11th.
Agreed.
Let's just vote on the stuff we can and hold everything else to the next one.